Defense Subcommittee will come to order. Good morning. Today, the subcommittee will convene for open hearing to receive testimony from the Honorable Pete Hegseth, Secretary of War, General Dan Kane, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Mr. Jay Hurst, performing the duties of Undersecretary of War Comptroller. Mr. Secretary, General Kane, and Mr. Hurst, a warm welcome to you. Thank you for your service to our great nation, and I thank you for appearing before the subcommittee today. I want to first acknowledge the extraordinary demands we place on all our volunteer force and the military families who bear the weight of service alongside their loved ones. Quality of life and care for our service members and their families are central to our mission to continue to ensure the finest fighting force in human history. We owe everything to their sacrifice and send our thanks that they have answered the call to serve. This hearing addresses issues that are deeply interconnected and collectively define the national security challenge of our time. Let me begin with the budget. We want to be good partners with the department to ensure that our men and women in uniform have every resource they need. But I have serious concerns about how this bifurcated budget splits discretionary and mandatory funding and on some of our highest priority programs. We have significant gaps in needs for our warfighters that we had to address in the FY26 appropriations process because of the way mandatory was requested and enacted. The subcommittee needs to understand how the resources requested in this budget translates into real, measurable improvements in warfighting capability. We also need to understand the consequences of this funding approach. We owe that level of accountability to the American taxpayers. Next, on readiness. The picture demands our honest attention across the multiple domains, including munitions, shipbuilding, innovation, and aviation. Questions persist about whether we are building the depth and reliance required for a high-end conflict. We have made progress in some areas. I want to acknowledge the department's efforts to address these questions. However, progress is not the same as capability in delivering, and capability delivery is what we need at this moment demands. Finally, that brings me to the threat environment we currently face. The world has grown more dangerous, more complex, and more interconnected in its risks. China is modernizing its military at a pace and scale that is alarming. Russia continues to wage a brutal war of aggression, and while Iran and their proxies have been dealt a severe blow, they remain a threat. Threats to Taiwan, Ukraine, NATO, Israel, our partners in the Gulf, and our allies across the globe are not abstract concerns. They are tests of America's credibility and resolve. This subcommittee believes deeply in the power of deterrence, but deterrence must be credible and credibility must be funded. Finally, Mr. Secretary, both you and your deputy must be commended for your commitment to reforming, modernizing, and prioritizing innovation at the department. I've been here a long time. I've watched administrations come and go, and I promise you that there are bureaucrats who are trying to wait you out. You must demand accountability at every level of your organization to ensure that the change you have demanded is taking place. Your call to move more quickly, inject competition, allow new entrants to participate requires rigorous and persistent oversight. Otherwise, the forces in the Pentagon will simply snap back to the status quo, which does not serve our warfighters or the United States taxpayer. Again, thank you for being here. The members of this subcommittee take our oversight responsibilities seriously, and we believe the American people deserve straight answers on these consequential questions. I look forward to an honest conversation on how we are matching resources to priorities and honoring our commitments to meet the moment. Now I recognize the distinguished ranking member, Mrs. McCollum, for her opening remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your courtesy of extending this, and thank you for your statement. We have a lot to discuss. Historical high budget requests, the cost of the war in Iran. Mr. Secretary, I appreciate this year that you opened up a dialogue with Chairman Calvert, myself, and with our authorizing Senate colleagues. When we last met, we asked for information to help us determine what the department needs to ensure our national security. We are still waiting for the information. We've asked several times for a complete update on munition levels, and it has not been provided. This lacking of delivery timely information for the committee is appearing to become a pattern. We've requested briefings on the status of the funds appropriated for Ukraine. That took 6 months for us to be adequately briefed. The reconciliation bill, which was enacted on July 4th of last year, we still need the details of how the funds were allocated and that were not provided to us until a 10-month wait. 10 months we waited for that. Details have been provided on Golden Dome, but only $185 billion of the program, and that's the initial research and development. We still have no idea what the costs are following on for procurement or maintenance of the program. The department must do a better job of sharing the information with us. With respect to the war in Iran, Mr. Secretary, I saw your comments in the Armed Services Committee. It was disappointing that you referred to members of both parties as defeatists. I know you won't bring personalities into this at this hearing, and I will not questionize your patriotism, nor will you question mine. But the cost of this war continues to rise as forces remain in the region. The Appropriations Committee has a fiduciary responsibility to the American people. So we will ask serious questions that need to be answered. And that's our constitutional duty. Chairman Calvert and I have asked for a breakout of funding needs for Operation Epic Fury. We need to know the impact of what it's having on the services executing missions beyond the war. The department notified us that the standard fuel price for the services has increased from $154 to $195 a barrel. That's more we have to pay for fuel, then there's less money available for training and exercise that the services need to perform. And the department does not have enough general transport authority to cover these activities without a supplemental. We must understand the department, what it will do if a supplemental is not sent to the Hill or enacted. Now for the 2027 request. The baseline budget of the Department of Defense requests over $200 million over last year's enacted level. When combined with the mandatory funding for defense requests throughout reconciliation, that's an increase of $400 billion, and that includes military construction. Together, that's nearly 44% increase in defense spending over last year. And the president proposes a domestic investment cut of $75 billion, or 10%. These cuts will have an impact on our national security in many ways, particularly cuts to education. The primary concern of the defense budget is that the administration split between discretionary funding and the appropriations control, mandatory funding that we do not control. Mr. Secretary, the administration is taking an enormous risk by asking for $350 billion in priorities through reconciliation. As we told you in our last meeting, reconciliation is not the best way to fund the department. Last year, reconciliation created broken glass, funding holes for vital programs that the appropriators had to fix. And that's why we need the information in a timely fashion. Most of your mandatory funding requests are for what you call presidential priorities: Golden Dome, drone dominance, munitions, the defense industrial base. What the administration submitted to us for these programs was a 28-page document. And that's not enough to properly explain $350 billion in funding. These programs will not be completed in one fiscal year, and they will have tails. That will put our department and our committee in a very difficult situation next Congress. Finally, as the chair did, I'm going to take this opportunity to thank all of our service members, active duty, National Guard, and Reserve components. They serve with honor and distinction. And I want to especially acknowledge those who have served in harm's way, including those who have fallen and who have been injured in Operation Epic Fury. Their families need to know that we will never forget them and that they have our enduring gratitude and support. Gentlemen, I look forward to your testimony. Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. McCollum. Before we hear from our witness, I'd like to recognize the distinguished chairman of the full committee, my good friend, Chairman Tom Cole, for any opening comments.
Thank you, Chairman Calvert, Ranking Member McCollum, my good friend, Ranking Member Rosenlore, and all the members here. And welcome, Mr. Secretary and General Kane, to the committee. And we appreciate all of you. And certainly you as well, Under Secretary Hegseth. I didn't mean to leave you out there. I joined Chairman Calvert and members of the subcommittee by saying at the outset of this hearing, the men and women of our armed forces are the finest in the world. They deserve our full support and our commitment to giving them the resources they need that will keep them ready for the fights of today and tomorrow. Without hesitation, I recognize that a strong, agile, and effectively funded defense is not a mere priority, it is a necessity. The current threat environment facing the United States is as serious and as layered as anything I have witnessed during my time in Congress. The convergence of challenges from China, Russia, North Korea, and Iran demands that we all work together with a level of seriousness and urgency that frankly has not always characterized our defense debates in recent years. On the budget, I firmly believe that adequate and stable defense funding is a national imperative, and yet funding alone is not enough. Every dollar must reflect clear priorities, operational effectiveness, and strategic urgency. The subcommittee has a responsibility to ask hard questions about priorities, program performances, and whether the department's acquisition processes are keeping pace with the speed at which our adversaries are moving. To that end, I certainly associate myself with Chairman Calvert's concerns about a bifurcated funding of the Department of Defense. We have questions on the assumption of mandatory funding in the department's request. We need you to be a partner with us on this front. Transparency and communication are critical to ensuring that we are aligned as closely as we can be with your needs. And frankly, I do worry in the future, and I hope you address this in your remarks. This is the second reconciliation package for defense, and that creates cliffs for this committee in the future. At some point, that funding disappears, and we would have a massive increase in discretionary funding to sustain it. So how we do that going forward, when we do that, is a major concern for this committee, certainly for me personally. I also want to speak directly about the issue of our allies and partners. American power is most effective when it's exercised in concert with like-minded nations who share our interests and our values. As we look back on 250 years of our exceptional history, the truth of that statement is apparent over and over. From those who stood by us in our fight for independence to the shared mission against evil during World War II, tyranny falls when free nations stand together. America first has never meant America alone. American strength is not diminished when allies shoulder their share. It's multiplied, and we must continue to sharpen our strategic advantages. And I commend you for working to make sure that our partners are beginning to step forward. NATO remains a critical pillar of collective defense, while our alliances across the Indo-Pacific are indispensable to building a credible deterrent against rising aggression in that region. I'm interested today in hearing how this budget strengthens those partnerships and how the department's working to ensure that our allies are investing at levels commensurate with the threats that they, as well as we, face together. The bottom line is simple. We always hope for peace while maintaining the strength to defend it. We're committed to ensuring our military remains unmatched, our adversaries deterred, and the American people protected. Secretary Hegseth and General Kane, we look forward to your candid dialogue. The American people are counting on us to get this right. I look forward to being a partner with you in that effort. Again, I thank you for being here today, and I thank you all for your distinguished service to our country. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to turn now to the ranking member of the full committee, Mr. Lauro, for any opening comments.
Thank you very much, Chairman Calvert and Ranking Member McCollum, and good to be with you, Chairman Cole and Secretary Hegseth and General Kane and Undersecretary Hurst. Welcome to the committee. The President is requesting $1.5 trillion in defense funding for the coming fiscal year. $1.5 trillion is an extraordinary sum of money. Congress and the American people have concerns about what you plan to do with this money. In fact, we have concerns about what you are doing with the more than $1 trillion you already have from last year's appropriations and reconciliation bills. How much will the President's, quote, skirmish and CENTCOM cost? I know at a recent hearing, $25 billion was cited, but we don't know what that includes or for what time period. This was only supposed to last 6 weeks. We have thus far been unable to get any reliable information as to the true cost of this war. The The current ceasefire is tenuous at best, with attacks on Gulf nations happening just over the weekend. The president tweeted he will not support the latest communication from Iran, which we might agree with if we knew what was in it. But there has been a consistent lack of transparency since this war began. Media reports suggest there is intelligence that indicates Iran can survive for months at the current standoff, which means the cost of deployment of 50,000 service personnel with their equipment will only increase, as every additional day this war goes on brings with it additional costs. This administration has not presented Congress with any kind of clear or coherent strategy. Week to week, day to day, hour to hour, the rationale shifts, the objectives change. The end game is ill-defined when it is defined at all. If the administration intends to ask Congress for supplemental funding for the Iran war, then you need to come back to Congress and testify on that request specifically so that we and the American people can fully understand what this administration has gotten us into and how it plans to get us out of it. The question must be answered at the end of this crisis. What have we accomplished and at what cost? And before you come to the Congress for additional emergency funding, we need information. Has the department or any of the services utilized mandatory funding for operational activities in CENTCOM? If so, how much and from what accounts? If you can provide us with that breakout, it would be enormously helpful. And again, what is the department's estimate of the full cost of the operation against Iran to date? The $1 trillion allocated for fiscal year 2026, $1.5 trillion requested for fiscal year 2027, and possibly $25 billion for an upcoming supplemental, all as the total debt in the United States has reached 100% of gross domestic product. In other words, the national debt is now larger than the U.S. economy and about twice the historic average, according to the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget. The defense budget includes requested funding for the expanded Golden Dome for America at $185 billion, though those budget numbers are tenuous. A new Golden Fleet, in which 3 ships are estimated to cost $43 billion, and billions for private equity ventures, which do not have well-defined processes or sufficient transparency. With gas prices and inflation numbers increasing, the American people just want to afford the basic necessities for everyday life. But this administration is not doing anything to help them with the cost of living crisis. In fact, the administration is making the problem worse by proposing dramatic cuts across the board to domestic programs that support American families. We have the most powerful military in the history of humankind. I am extraordinarily grateful, as my other colleagues have pointed out, to the men and women of our armed services who sacrifice everything to keep us safe. Their devotion to duty is exemplary, and it must be matched by the seriousness and the sobriety of those at the very top of the chain of command. And right now, I worry if that standard is being met. Look forward to your testimonies today and hearing the answers to this committee's questions shortly. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Thank the ranking member. We'll now begin witness testimony. Gentlemen, without objection, your full written testimony will be placed in the record. Secretary Hegseth, we begin with you for a brief summary of your remarks.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, ranking member, distinguished members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in full support of President Trump's historic $1.5 trillion fiscal year 2027 budget for the Department of War. The President's budget request reflects the urgency of the moment, as was mentioned by many, addressing both the deferment of longstanding problems as well as positioning our forces for the current and future fight. I'm honored to appear alongside General Dan Kane, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and Jay Hurst, our Chief Financial Officer. And I'd like to start by thanking this committee and Congress for your partnership in securing the investments needed for a stronger and more secure America. A nation's ability to build, to innovate, and to support the critical needs of its warfighters at speed and at scale is the foundation upon which its survival rests. However, upon taking office on January 20th of 2025, President Trump inherited a defense industrial base that had been hollowed out by years of America last policies, resulting in a diminished capability and capacity to project strength. Offshoring, outsourcing, cost overruns, degraded capabilities. Under the leadership of President Trump, our builder-in-chief, we are reversing this systemic decay and putting our defense industrial base back on a wartime footing. Urgency informs everything we do at this department. We are rebuilding a military that the American people can be proud of, one that instills nothing less than the unrelenting fear in our adversaries and confidence in our allies. We fight to win in every scenario. The $1.5 trillion budget request put forward by the president will build upon the historic $1 trillion FY26 top line and will continue to reverse the 4 years of underinvestment and mismanagement of the Biden administration. The $1.5 trillion budget will ensure the United States continues to maintain the world's most powerful and capable military as we grapple with a complex threat environment across multiple theaters. Not to mention, the budget also includes a historic troop pay increase, building on the pay increases this committee has given, and the budget eliminates all poor or failing barracks. Quality of life for our troops is front and center in this budget. By supercharging our industrial capacity and transforming how the department does business, we are restoring American commercial dominance at a pace unseen in generations, transforming the defense industrial base from the broken, slow-moving systems of the past. We have flipped the Pentagon acquisition process from a bureaucratic model to a business model, decisively moving from an acquisition environment paralyzed by bureaucratic red tape into an outcomes-driven organization focused on delivering the most for taxpayer dollars. And Mr. Chairman, you're right, it's a war of attrition against the Pentagon bureaucracy every single day, and we intend to win it. Over the past year, through historic multi-year procurement agreements, smart business deals, we have sent ambiguous demand signals to our industry partners to build more and build faster. The result has been a surge, a revitalization of our great American factories and massive reinvestment in the skilled American workers who serve as the industrial muscle behind our warriors. Let me briefly provide you with some concrete high-level metrics of what we've accomplished over the last few months. These are announced new facilities and investments to support American warfighters. The department has helped stimulate more than 250 private investment deals in 39 states, in 180 cities, in 150 different companies, worth more than $50 billion. This has resulted in 280 new and expanded facilities, more than 18 million new square feet of American manufacturing, and more than 70,000 new American jobs. These $50 billion in defense investments in new plants, assembly lines, and factories are private investments, not taxpayer dollars. By completely transforming our department's business model, American companies are investing in America with their own capital, a historic demonstration of American manufacturing and defense revitalization, all with their money, not Uncle Sam's. This has never been done before and is long overdue from a bureaucratic model to a business model. These investments equal great things for America, American families, and American workers, and help us ensure our warfighters can defend this great country. Together with the help of the policy updates and appropriations passed by Congress, President Trump's War Department has begun to turn the lights back on in manufacturing towns across this country to forge a lethal arsenal of freedom. Where our critical supply chains are threatened, the Department of War has acted decisively to inject capital, stimulate production, and prevent adversarial exploitation. We are firing up the American economic engine at every level of the defense industrial base. Every policy we pursue, every budgetary item we request serves to ensure that this department remains laser focused on increasing lethality and survivability of our fighting force from the front lines to the factory floors. This is admittedly a historic budget. It is a fiscally responsible budget, and it is a warfighting budget. Under President Trump, we are restoring the unbreakable might of American manufacturing that we will need for generations. We are providing for our warfighters, and we are putting the people and interests of this country first. May Almighty God continue to watch over all of our troops, and may we honor the legacy of those brave Americans that we've lost. That is our sacred mission that we will continue to execute on. Thank you again to this committee for your partnership, and we look forward to answering your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. General Kane, you're now recognized for your remarks.
Chairman Calvert, Ranking Member McCollum, Chairman Cole, Ranking Member DeLauro, thank you for having me, and to all the members of the committee, thank you for having me. I'm honored here today to testify alongside the Honorable Pete Hegseth and the Honorable Jay Hurst on the President's fiscal year 2027 budget. And I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak about the foundations of America's strength, the 2.8 million members of our joint force. I am continually inspired by the soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, Guardians, Coast Guardsmen, and civilians standing the watch for our nation, supported each and every day by their families. They could have chosen anything in their path of service, but they chose to serve our great country and meet our nation's challenges with courage, tenacity, and grit that's keeping our nation strong and safe. I would also like to express my deep gratitude for the 40 members of the Joint Force who we've lost in operations, combat, and training during my time as chairman, including 14 who passed during Operation Epic Fury, and our most recent loss, First Lieutenant Key, who valiantly gave his life trying to save a teammate while deployed on a temporary duty assignment in Africa, and we continue to hold hope for his teammate. The Secretary and I are deeply grateful for each of them and their families, and their names will never be forgotten. As chairman, my duty is to ensure our civilian leadership has a comprehensive range of options, military options, alongside the associated risks to make the nation's hardest and most complex decisions. I owe the President, the Secretary, and the Congress the truth at every turn, and my blueprint for this approach has always been General George C. Marshall. His firm commitment to civilian control and a nonpartisan military remains my constant standard, and I strive to follow his example by working with each of you and providing clear and candid nonpartisan military advice, and to present this committee with the clearest possible assessment of operational risk and readiness and executability within the unclassified environment that we find ourselves in today. As the chairman said, we're operating in a delicate and dangerous time. Global risk is scaling, and the complexities of the modern battlefield demand America's constant adaptation and innovation. America's Joint Force is operational at its core, purpose-built for the realities of a complex world. We're organized, trained, and equipped to execute the most demanding missions across the globe with unrivaled precision. And over the last year, our warfighters have consistently demonstrated exactly what it means to be the most capable, adaptable, and professional military on earth. We are able to accomplish this highly complicated work because we draw from a deep, enduring reservoir of training, professionalism, and commitment. Our ops tempo is high, but we're designed to sustain it, rebuilding our strength continuously. We rebuild readiness every day. We train every day. We learn and sharpen our edge every day. And driving this pace of change and maintaining our superiority requires timely, predictable, and sustained investment and a partnership with this committee and the broader Congress, and I appreciate that. And the resources that we'll discuss today are critical to modernizing the Joint Force and ensuring that if whatever threats emerge or when called upon, our nation can win. The President's budget supports the department's goals of recharging the defense industrial base and the national industrial base while enhancing our military readiness. We will continue to ensure our warfighters are properly armed, globally integrated, and ready, while always taking care of our most precious thing, and that is our people. And while advancing the hardware and technology essential to fight, it's the character and competence of our people, particularly the 1.8 million members of our enlisted force who make us proud every day. And they're represented today by the senior enlisted advisor to the chairman, United States Navy SEAL Dave Isom, sitting behind me. While we face dynamic and dangerous times, I have absolute trust and confidence in our people who every day execute the most challenging missions with quiet professionalism. And coupled with the American spirit to outthink, outcompete, and relentlessly innovate, we will maintain our decisive edge, but doing so requires your continued partnership. It is also graduation season, where we welcome a whole bunch of new members to the Joint Force, to include members like Second Lieutenant Archie Dennis, United States Army, who along with his Citadel classmates in South Carolina joined the Joint Force this weekend. And I welcome he and all the other new graduates to the Joint Force. As I close, I humbly ask that we remember right now our deployed teammates out there doing our nation's work, going out into the darkness to do the things that we ask them to do. And I ask, as always, that we remember not just the 40 fallen that I mentioned earlier, but all of our nation's fallen and their families who soldier on. Thank you, and I also look forward to your questions.
Thank you. I want to ensure each member has a chance to ask questions, so everyone will have 5 minutes for their remarks. I'll begin by recognizing myself for 5 minutes. Secretary Hegseth, for decades, Congress and the department have sought acquisition reform and innovative technologies. It's only since FY24 that the level of investment started to catch up with the rhetoric. The FY27 budget request includes over $950 million for the Defense Innovation Unit, $54.6 billion for the Defense Autonomous Warfare Group, $580 million for the Joint Interagency Task Force 401, and for the counter small UAS. And I believe these investments will deliver overdue capability. And this subcommittee will continue to work with you to ensure success. I also note there's only $100 million for the accelerate the procurement and fielding of innovative technology. That's surprisingly low given APFIT's success. The subcommittee will continue to support APFIT as we have in the past. I invite you to join me at the APFIT Day on the Hill, July 21st, to see firsthand how APFIT is delivering capabilities to the warfighter. Consistent with the desire for injecting innovation at scale, for decades there's been increasing demand for increasing resilience in the industrial base, and more specifically, the supply chain. The FY27 budget request includes over $20.2 billion for the Office of Strategic Capital and $30.4 billion for the Defense Production Act. As you're aware, we're working closely with the industrial base policy team on the Civil Reserve Manufacturing Network to ensure the department can qualify and certify second and alternate sources to maximize American manufacturing. With exception of DIU and the Joint Interagency Task Force 401, most of the investments listed are in mandatory funding. What was the strategy to heavily rely on the mandatory funding sector in this budget?
Well, thank you for the question, Mr. Chairman. And I would, first, I would thank you and this committee for your efforts on acquisition reform, many of which had not been embraced by the department before, and a lot of templates on the table that were there for us to fall in and run fast with. And so speed, scale, cutting red tape, reducing requirements where we can, looking at things like DIU, Replicator, now the DOG, the Defense Autonomous Warfare Group. All of those are born of collaboration with the committee and efforts of now reformers we have in the department who are ready to run with it. As it pertains to the budget, I think there's a reality in this town of what can get done and how it gets done. And in a perfect world, everything would get done in regular order and with a $1.5 trillion top line, but there are a lot of challenges and dynamics, some of which I don't control. And ultimately, we look forward to working with the committee to ensuring however it shakes out, that it's full transparency with you and maximizing options for the department. And I think the reconciliation last year was a new vehicle, so it took some time, especially because we're doing new things, Office of Strategic Capital, different avenues. So figuring out how to deploy that took longer than we'd like. But we're committed to ensuring this year, with that as a vehicle, a part of it, that we do it in concert with you to ensure the most important things, whether they're in that or in regular order, are included in the budget.
Understand the desire for flexibility. I understand why we're breaking this up in order to, into chunks, to, I guess, more digestible to some degree politically. But I would hope we can get a supplemental bill here soon. Obviously, that we know that of the munitions issue, and we know of the cost of this conflict, and we know the cost of other conflicts. And so we need to repay those O&M accounts that are going to be used, I suspect, in order to pay for this ongoing operation. So any idea when we're going to get this supplemental?
We're well aware of all those dynamics. I think, first of all, the munitions issue has been foolishly and unhelpfully overstated. We know exactly what we have. We have plenty of what we need. And the reason we're accelerating a lot of this is because the department's been static in how it does this kind of business, not to mention the amount that was given to Ukraine for years and years. So we are getting after changing that dynamic so that we're not getting 100 more of something, but the companies are investing, so there's new plants. So you're getting 2x, 3x, 4x of those munition in future years, because that's what we need. That's what our allies and partners through FMS require, and we just haven't been delivering it. So we're in good shape on that front. Whatever we think we need, we will submit. But I'll say, even in the conduct of the conflict, working with the chairman and Admiral Cooper, ensuring that any munitions we're using, we know what we're trading off of to preserve capabilities, so we have maximum optionality across the globe, which we do.
Again, though, it would be helpful to get the supplemental sooner rather than later, for we can get to work on. And now recognize Ms. McCollum for her question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Secretary, the House Armed Services Oversight Hearing, Mr. Hurst stated that the costs for the war for Operation Epic Fury are at $25 billion. Am I correct with that number that you used at the hearing, Mr. Hurst?
Yes, ma'am. That was the cost at that time.
At that time. I would request that you provide the committee in writing the specifics of what the department will be requesting in the supplemental and the breakouts for the following costs. We talked munitions, and Mr. Secretary, I think we'd have a more robust discussion on that if we were in a classified setting, but I respect what you shared with us. But this is what I'd like. A breakout for military personnel, operational activities, additional maintenance for deployed ships, munitions used, equipment lost, and updated fuel costs. Now, we need to know the funding required to cover the damage to the U.S. facilities. And if there are any agreements from our regional allies, we hear things in the press that would be helping for any new facilities or improvements in CENTCOM. Now, Mr. Hurst, here's the rub. We need that by June 11th. We mark up our bill. And some of these are not new asks, but I thought I'd drill down and be just a little more specific for you. So I know you're going to do your best. We'll take the homework assignment in pieces. Anything you can provide would be great. Now, under the War Powers Resolution, the administration has 60 days to conclude activities unless Congress has declared war or provided authorization. Congress has not done that. And I know there's different opinions and it changes from day to day whether or not the War Powers clock is paused. But this law states beyond May 2nd, the administration needs congressional authorization to continue military operations. And the president just recently said yesterday that Epic Fury is not over. Military operations have continued. We have a naval blockade, and both sides are exchanging fire. They did so over the weekend. Speaker Johnson, in my opinion, should put an authorization on the floor this week. But Mr. Secretary, if Congress does not authorize, if we don't authorize this, to continue military operations against Iran, you're going to have a plan put in place to draw down our troops, to reset the region, to protect our assets. I'm wondering, and that might be in a classified situation, but could you provide this committee with Plan B? Because if we go there, we're going to have to reset our budget after June 11th if the War Powers Act, in my opinion, should be invoked and it comes to Congress. But we don't know what the outcome would be. Do you have a plan B?
Ranking member, I would say we have a plan for all of that. We have a plan to escalate if necessary. We have a plan to retrograde if necessary. We have a plan to shift assets. Certainly in this setting, we wouldn't reveal what the next step may be, considering the gravity of the mission that the president is undertaking to ensure that Iran never has a nuclear bomb.
Well, Mr. Secretary, as you know, we can be in receipt of that in a different situation, and we would also like that by June 11th. With that, I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, as I said in my opening remarks, I have concerns about the use of reconciliation. I don't have any concerns about the amounts and the effort to restore the industrial base. You're to be commended for that. And frankly, I think we've underinvested for a long time. So I'm happy to see a robust number. I am worried about the ability to sustain that number through the reconciliation process. At some point, that money disappears. And we'll be, so give me some sense of how much of this reconciliation money is one-time expense that you expect to either use for procurement that you may not need to do again for a long time, or inject in the industrial base. How much is for day-to-day operations that we would need, frankly, to think of as a long-term recurring expense?
It's a good question, Mr. Chairman, and I'll defer to Jay on details, but I would say take, for example, the deals that are being cut that will be funded here, that ultimately look at companies that make exquisite weapon systems for us. And they say, in exchange for a 5 to 7 year contract, which committees like this have authorized for us, the authorizing committees, not the appropriating committees, the authorizing committees. And now, because they have that clear demand signal, they're able to invest in a new plant and they're paying for it. And that's what I talked about in my open remarks. So they're building 2 or 3 new facilities, but we're committed to paying for those munitions for 5 to 7 years from this budget. And ultimately, but the nice part is we're saving money because there's no inflation. It's at the cost of it today, even when we buy it 7 years from now. And that's why you're seeing a $331 billion in munitions as part of this budget. There's a rocket fuel component to this, given the underinvestment that exists inside this budget. There will be some tail, obviously, and as I acknowledged up front, a higher top line from this department's perspective is always a welcome thing. But the intention is not to get anyone stuck in a certain place, but to address the needs of the moment, cut different deals, create new dynamics where companies actually invest. So we have, this committee knows the exquisite munitions that we're going to be using 5 to 7 years from now, no matter what. It's about time we look into the future the way we are with this budget, but you have to fund that. And so I think that's a big chunk of an increase that you see. I mean, if you're investing in the shipbuilding industrial base, the defense industrial base, housing and barracks, all of that increase troop pay. We're looking at increasing the top line of the entire force by 50,000 troops. That's an investment into the future. So I would acknowledge that a lot of this does have follow-on cost. But some of it is something we're going to pay for now and benefit from in the future. But Jay, I would defer to you.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, in this, there's $113 billion for investments in the defense industrial base. I would characterize that as a one-time plus-up for catch-up. $35 billion for FSRM to fix all of our poor and failing barracks and other facilities of the department, and also some catch-up investments in AI and autonomy. And so if you look at what we're doing with mandatory, probably about $200 billion of that is a one-time expense. We come down to 1.23 for requested top line for FY28. And so we think we can sustain these investments over the FIDAP with discretionary dollars after this.
Well, that's reassuring. And again, I don't have any disagreement with what you're trying to accomplish at all. I would remind you that, frankly, the use of reconciliation depends on political support in Congress. It can be very transitory. So it's a high-risk strategy as opposed to building things into the baseline. But again, I'm supportive of what you're trying to do in terms of recharging the industrial base. I think it's long overdue. Let me ask you a specific question, and you may want to get back to me on this. I don't know, but we've had some discussion over, we lost one E3 on the ground. Thank goodness. It looks like no crew loss. This committee's been interested in investing in the E7. Pentagon signed a contract for 5 additional planes, not in the Air Force budget. Is there going to be a fix to that, or where are we at on thinking about the E7?
I'm well aware of that dynamic. I know our department had taken the position that it was airborne or other satellite ISR that was probably going to be capable of a lot of that in the future. But I think that mindset was indicative of a mindset that we've shed, which is the divest to invest mindset, which was an austerity mindset that we're going to get in continued resolution after continued resolution. So we got to get rid of these platforms in order to invest in these platforms. And there are gaps that need to still be filled. And there are systems that still need to be funded that are used on the battlefield right now, say MQ-9s, A-10s, you name it. I think this and the E7 is one of those. So we've actually sent a budget amendment to OMB to add that. I think it has a future. It has a place on the battlefield, and we'll get more information for you on that as well.
Well, I appreciate that. And I particularly, though, appreciate the mindset. I think you're 100% right. I've seen this over and over again about eliminating platforms on the idea we would immediately use that money for new things. And quite often it just simply didn't happen. We lost the capability, but we did not move forward with the investment that we needed. So again, thank you for rethinking that. We've got a lot more questions, but so does the entire committee, Mr. Chairman. So with that, I'll yield back.
I just want to make one quick comment when you're talking about the fixing barracks and facilities. I hope we also fix the property management systems throughout the department, which is woefully needs attention. With that, I recognize the ranking member, Mr. Lauro.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, the national security strategy says American national power depends on a strong industrial sector capable of meeting both peacetime and wartime production demands. And the national defense strategy directs DOD to, quote, supercharge the defense industrial base. DOD's 2027 budget overview appears to use that same framing. Yet, your department's budget request cuts over $5 billion from the industrial base in the aviation sector alone, effectively shutting down all current Army aviation platforms. These are current production platforms the force relies on for lift, for sustainability, disaster response, homeland missions, etc. How did the department arrive at the conclusion that reducing procurement for these Army aviation platforms strengthens rather than weakens the aviation industrial base?
Well, I very much appreciate that question, and I actually think it's something we're taking another look at. I think it's not that every aspect of there are some very good things in the Army Transformation Initiative, and there are some things that we've needed to get another look at. Mm-hmm. And so I think you'll see a review of some of those things, and we'll get back to you on that.
Of the aviation sector?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And with that, but was there an analysis about the impact of the requested procurement reduction? Did you all do an analysis of production line suppliers, workforce, restart risk prior to the decision to cut the funds?
We'll get that from the Army and get that to you. I don't have it in front of me, but I would imagine
okay.
Something was done.
Very, very much would love to see that before the subcommittee marks up the appropriations bill coming up. Let me just quickly, can you provide the committee in writing the department's assessment of the minimum sustaining production rate for the Black Hawk and Chinook industrial base, the supplier-based risks associated with this budget request, and the funded mitigation plan if production falls below those levels? Can you provide us with that information? I think that's critically important.
I think we should get that to you, and I think those platforms are critical to the force right now, and we need to make sure we're able to sustain that.
Yeah, I think you made the point, you all, that industrial base readiness is a strategic issue. It's what the national security strategy recognizes, and I look forward to hearing more about how cutting the $1 billion in the base investment aligns with that shared goal. Let me just a question to you, General Kane. Despite the precipitous drop in procurement for Army aviation platforms, your budget request invests heavily in modernization. I'm a believer in modernization. I think that's necessary. I support investing in future capability, but Congress also has to understand the transition risk. The department is asking us to accept reduced procurement of aircraft the force uses today while relying on future systems that are not yet fielded? And General, from a joint force readiness perspective, what is the department's plan to avoid a mobility, lift, sustainment gap if current aviation capacity declines faster than replacement capability arrives? What are the decision points where the department would revisit the reductions if future vertical lifts schedules slip, if costs rise, or operational demand remains higher than expected?
Well, Ranking Member, I appreciate the question. And anytime we're looking at military options to our political leaders, we do bake in and can carefully consider that transitional risk because it links back to risk to force, our military forces, and risk to missions. And as we look forward over the life cycle of this budget and beyond into the FIDEP, we're always looking at the evolution of those operational plans and then the decision points along the way to make sure that we can match the combat capability and capacity required to achieve the desired effects that are baked within those operational plans across the COCOMs. And I commend the Army, who's looking closely at the two platforms that you're most interested through your line of questioning, and the work that Undersecretary Obadal has been doing to look at rotary wing lift requirements as we move to the future. But in the end, we have to have mobility on the battlefield. It has to be survivable in the conflicts and engagements that we'll have, and so we remain very closely focused on those requirements.
I appreciate that, and my only concern is not whether modernization is important, but I understand with some of those efforts that we are looking for a future date is next year, the year after, so forth, because it's not been fielded. But what we need to take a look at, and I think you understand this, is whether the department is managing this transition in a responsible way. In my view, what we cannot afford to do is to create a near-term aviation gap. We weaken the supplier base and then ask the Congress to come back and rebuild that capability and that capacity at a greater cost. Because when you destroy the infrastructure, it's very, very difficult to bring that back and the skilled workforce that it takes to deal with that. So very clearly this information, and if you can supply this to our committee, would be very, very helpful in our moving forward. I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, General Leader. Mr. Womack.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You thread a very difficult needle in that, and there's been a lot of comments made, and I associate myself with a lot of these comments on the fact that here we are trying to figure out a base budget at the same time of a supplemental and at the same time talking about reconciliation in order to be able to meet the needs of the joint force going forward. And my friend, the ranking member of the full committee, talks about capability gaps. When you have to do it this way because of the lack of certainty and the political dynamics around this dais and, of course, throughout Congress, there are going to be gaps in capability. Is that correct, Mr. Secretary?
I mean, we do everything we can to try to minimize that by planning what could play off against something else, but inevitably there are places where we have to make adjustments. You're right, sir.
I want to get somewhat parochial here for just a minute on the subject of our reserve component. And this question would be for General Kane. Last month, 22 adjutants general, all of those who command fighter units in their state, signed a letter to Congress calling for multi-year procurement authority to buy between 72 and 100 new fighters annually. 13 of 24 fighter units lack recapitalization plans. On the Army side, all of our states suffer from a lack of reimbursement for responding to the call of their communities. Between fiscal 20 and fiscal 24, over $71 million was paid by states to the Guard, but the Guard never saw that reimbursement. As you may know, any non-federal entity reimbursing a federal entity causes the funding to go to the Treasury, and NGB never sees that reimbursement. Our Guard is paying to respond to a disaster out of O&M funds, then having to pay more to maintain it. As the primary combat reserve for our active force, the Guard continues to play an outsized role in the nation's defense. In fact, General Nordhaus recently said that our National Guardsmen are fully integrated as part of the joint force in Operation Epic Fury. So here's my point. The Guard and Reserve are being asked to do more. Epic Fury, Midnight Hammer, border security missions, domestic deployments, and the many all-hazard responses across. They are as much in the fight as the regular component. So, what is the department's plan to ensure that the Guard and Reserve are recapitalized, maintained, and reimbursed at a pace consistent with their operational role in the national defense strategy?
Sir, I'm assuming that question's coming to me since you're looking at me.
You would be correct.
Yeah, yes, sir. Thank you, sir. As a member of the Guard, a proud member of the Guard, I'm mindful that every day when you mobilize the Guard, you mobilize the United States people. And they are now much more than a tactical reserve. They're a strategic reserve. The decisions on recapping the fighter community live obviously within our civilian leadership, but the requirements that they're out there getting after every day, as you alluded to, sir, are substantive and long-lasting beyond just the Title 32 force. What I'm always inspired by is the professionalism of the Guard and the reserves, who get more out of an airplane than one might think. I mean, I go out there to Andrews often and still get to fly, and my crew chiefs are master sergeants and senior master sergeants who've been on a particular airplane for a long, long time. So they'll continue to force extend that capability due to the professionalism that they have. It doesn't mean we don't have to take a hard look at recap and make sure that the fourth generation airplanes are on a pathway to fifth and sixth gen as the department continues to look at what we're solving for.
Mr. Chairman, if we have another round of questions, I'll come back with another because my next question is probably not going to yield me enough time, and I'll yield back the balance.
Mr. Cuellar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member, Mr. Secretary, all of y'all. Thank you and all the men and women, thank you for your service. I want to ask you about the Western Hemisphere. I want to talk to you about Mexico and then the border. First of all, thank you for the work that y'all are doing in the Western Hemisphere. I've always said that we're looking at other parts of the world. We have to look at our own backyard, and we got to make sure that the Western Hemisphere is working with us. So thank you for that. Anything y'all want to add to the work that y'all doing there, I would ask you to talk to us a little bit about it. Mexico is the other one, very important partner of us. Congressman Michael McCall and myself were down there. We pushed for the Special Operation Forces, SEAL, to do training exercises. And for the first time, we actually have military forces in Mexico, which is very unique. And again, congratulations on that. If you can tell us what they're doing, and we need to see more of that. We also have, talking about the Guard also, we have I believe the California Guard is now for the first time a partnership with Mexico. We've been pushing, I've been pushing Texas, but California got there before we did, but that's good. And talk a little bit about that. Also on the border, I want to thank you and the men and women of Joint Task Force Southern Border for the work that they're doing on the homeland. They're in my area, Laredo and other places. But I want to draw your attention to one particular threat, that is the accelerating demands. The cartels are not only watching what's happening in Ukraine, but they're learning from it. And we're hearing from credible reports about cartels looking at fiber optic drone systems. And we all know what that is. And my question is, what is the department doing to get ahead of this threat? How are you investing in the counter UAS capabilities to defeat fiber optics drone systems, and what lessons are we learning from what's happening? You know, the procurement, the bureaucrats, without due respect, it takes a long time to get our systems over there. The cartels, they got the money. They don't have to go through a procurement system. They'll just buy the drones, and they're out manning us on the Mexican side along the border. So thank you, and if you can address that, or the chairman also.
Well, thank you, Congressman. I very much appreciate your efforts in this realm for a very long time. And I think you see in the national security strategy, the national defense strategy, Western Hem and Homeland is priority number one. We may pace to the ability on the first island chain, but priority number one is here. And you've seen it through America's Counter Cartel Coalition and getting after the designated terrorist organizations that are trafficking drugs and humans into the United States, something you've been talking a lot about. And that's the beginning of our defense in depth. It starts down there where they produce and where they move. Then into Mexico, where we have had an unprecedented amount of partnership, and we appreciate that. We would encourage Defensa and Marina to continue where they can to partner and do more. That's the expectation of the United States government, of the Mexican government, is step up so that we don't have to. And then sealing that southwest border is the defense of the American people. It's the defense of the homeland. And when you talk to the troops that are down there doing that, they're proud of it. We also have multiple national defense areas there, which are controlled by DOW, where we can do rapid testing on counter UAS, JIATA 401 capabilities. So we're using those places to streamline the process by which we see what the cartels are trying to do and get after it with new capabilities that we can then field elsewhere, also learning from Ukraine in the process. I would defer to the chairman.
Sir, I'll just add a few things onto this. It's the Russia-Ukraine lessons learned and the application of those lessons by other actors like cartels is one we're focused a lot on. It's going to require a whole of government effort. As the Secretary mentioned, we do have Joint Interagency Task Force 401, led by an incredible Army one-star Brigadier General Matt Ross, who's focused solely in a chairman's controlled activity. So 401 reports up to me and in turn then to the Secretary to make sure that we're entrepreneurially looking at how to sense, see, detect, and defeat the range of small UAS threats. General Ross was just out in CENTCOM looking at some of the challenges that they're having over there. It'll continue to be an area of significant focus for the Joint Force, sir.
Well, my time is up, but I want to ask you to continue working with Mexico. You do have unprecedented partnerships, but the more we can push them, they're allies. There's a historical sensitivity, we know why, but the more you can push them to get them to work with us, that would be great. Thank you so much for all of y'all.
Thank you, gentlemen. Chairman Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Hegseth, General Kane, Mr. Hurst, thank you for being here. And thank you, more importantly, for your service to the country. The 2026 National Defense Strategy makes clear that China is the pacing challenge. And this budget request puts real resources behind that nomenclature, including $11.7 billion for the Pacific Deterrence Initiative. My concern is that we're not just competing against China's military capability. We're competing against the speed at which China can build, replace, and influence. Where are some capability gaps when it comes to a potential conflict with the PRC? And General Kane, how will your priorities posture the joint force to close those gaps?
Chairman, thanks for the question. The speed at their production capability is one of the reasons why I'm grateful for the full team's partnership on speeding up the U.S. defense industrial base efforts, as well as the national industrial base efforts. And I'd really like to thank those mom and pop machine shops and second, third, fourth tier suppliers that live in all of your districts who are also increasing speed and capability without losing quality across the entirety of our manufacturing system. And it's going to require all of that. When we look at the range of capabilities that we must have to be properly armed and globally integrated, that extends to things like, long range fires and really an ability to arm our joint force to win from the seabed to cislunar space in every single domain in there. And I'll defer to the comptroller and to the secretary to talk about the particular elements, but the goal is the range and mix of capabilities that create outsized dilemmas for Xi Jinping and others that are out there to ensure that we maintain and sustain deterrence. Thank you.
Amen. Thank you. Second, the war between the U.S. and Iran reinforces an old lesson, which is that modern conflict comes down to attrition. China has been able to produce naval ships at a pace our industrial base can't match. The ships are not as large as ours, but quantity has a quality of its own. How are we postured for an economy of force in the Pacific, particularly if Taiwan is invaded?
Well, sir, channeling my inner Clausewitz, which is always something I try to remember, the big moving parts of warfighting. You know, we're not really doing economy of force work in the Pacific, as you alluded to, sir, and others have. It's our primary focus. And so on a daily basis, we come to the Secretary with a range of military options across the world so that he and the President can carefully consider those military actions and associated risks. It all comes back to the budgetary tools that you'll hopefully give us and the authorities to achieve those capabilities. And as we look, for example, at shipbuilding, which you talked about, I'm grateful for the work that the Navy is doing to scale that effort to ensure that we offer and continue to offer those range of options to our civilian leaders here in the United States.
Quickly to Epic Fury. Our fight with Iran has confirmed what defense planners had long warned about. Iran doesn't need a peer military to cause serious problems. Its playbook, the cheap drones built from commercial parts, sea mines in contested straits, fast attack craft, and anti-ship missiles. The war also confirmed a harder lesson. Even with overwhelming firepower, the side that runs out of munitions or air defenses first loses. Are we, Mr. Secretary, are we secure in that point?
Absolutely. And we are winning, have won every component of what we fought in this conflict. Iran knows that based on the incredible degradation of their capabilities, and which is why we saw them wanting to come to the table. How this gets resolved will be on our terms, on President Trump's terms, and we have all the munitions and capabilities necessary to enable that.
Thank you. Yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. Mr. Aguilar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for being here. Mr. Hurst, on April 29th, as you indicated to the ranking member, you said that the Iran war had cost $25 billion in total. You reaffirmed that today. Do you have any other updated costs or projections since that testimony that you've given? Outside reporting estimates have indicated that the war costs could be $1 billion a day. Do you have anything to share?
Yeah, thanks for the question, sir. So at the time of testimony in front of the ask, it was $25 billion. But the Joint Staff team and the Comptroller team are constantly looking at that estimate. And so now we think it's closer to 29. That's because of updated repair and replacement of equipment costs, and also just general operational costs to keep people in theater.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Mr. Secretary, when can you share more formal accounting on the cost of the war with Congress and with this committee?
We'll share what we can. I think we've updated on that number this morning, but when it's relevant and required, we will share it.
I think this would be the format that it would be required. Ms. Secretary, on that same day, April 29th, you testified that the current ceasefire meant that the 60-day calendar with the War Powers Resolution was paused. Who are the parties to the ceasefire?
Well, right now, we are in that same ceasefire as of right now.
Wasn't the question. Who are the parties to
Will
the
be the
ceasefire?
United States and the regime in Iran.
How many pages is the ceasefire? What deal points? I'm not asking you to share the contents. I guess what I'm trying to ask is, how do we know that the ceasefire is active or not active without any documentation?
We know it's evident, and the ceasefire is in effect.
But is it pages? Is it 15 points? There's been different points that have moved around. Is there any other, how do we know you just trust that the president knows that the ceasefire is active or not active?
As you know, for the most part, a ceasefire means the fire is ceasing, and we know that has occurred while negotiations occur, and there are lots of different discussions with our negotiating team that are happening. I'm there when those discussions are occurring, different drafts, different perspectives. So it's a very dynamic situation where a negotiated settlement could be the outcome here, where Iran does not have nuclear capabilities. And from the Department of War perspective, we're here to support those options.
On May 5th, you announced the launch of Project Freedom, which is a new exercise where CENTCOM will help coordinate ship traffic and guide commercial ships through the strait. President Trump then announced the operation concluded that evening. Now it seems that we may be revisiting that. Can you give us the latest on Project Freedom?
Well, as it pertains to battlefield options, we don't disclose those types of things. But ultimately, as the president stated publicly in his truth, at the request of the Pakistanis and given the options in the negotiation, it was paused, and it's an option we could always recommence should the commander in chief want us to.
Is the theory to create more ceasefires or more projects just to evade the War Powers Act?
The theory of the entire case is to prevent Iran from having a nuclear weapon. And if that has to be done kinetically and militarily, the Department of War is locked and loaded and ready to do that. If it happens through Project Freedom, where you move commerce through, if it happens through a negotiated deal, the president was very clear even yesterday. This is actually quite simple. Iran will never have a nuclear weapon one way or another. And we're here to support as one tool of the whole of government to make that happen.
General Kane, the depleted munitions have been a subject of some of the discussions that you've even heard here today. With respect to stockpiles that we have around the world, key regions like the Indo-Pacific and the Middle East, can you give us an update? What are you hearing from the combatant commands about their munitions status around the world?
Well, sir, we have sufficient munitions for what we're tasked to do right now. That's what I hear from the COCOMs. What I will say is I will always want more. So I appreciate the effort of this committee and the Congress. We're always going to want more munitions.
Secretary Hegseth, what are you doing to support the involved services to recap their losses?
We're submitting a $1.5 trillion budget that'll remake the department and ensure that every warfighter in the future has exactly what they need, and we're never in a fair fight. And I take issue with the characterization that munitions are depleted in a public forum. That's not true. And ultimately, we have all the munitions needed to execute what we need to execute, and we're going to ensure that we supercharge that going into the future.
I think you've heard differences from both sides of the aisle on that point. Yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, gentlemen. Judge Carter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome to each of you. We're glad you're here. Start off with something I'm concerned about. My MILCON VA subcommittee is aware of living conditions of the 68W combat medic students at the Joint Base San Antonio. Frankly, they're very unacceptable, quite unlivable. As chairman of the MILCON committee, I'm deeply concerned that there appears to be no imminent path forward to fix these issues? What actions is the department taking to improve these living conditions and ensure our soldiers receive safe and dignified housing, not now and not in the years to come? Our budget cannot fix that. It's not, we don't have enough money. You got all the money. What do you think about that?
First of all, let's fix that. Whatever unit that is, we want to know about it, and we're going to get a team out there right away to address it. And we've used discrete examples like that to find the gaps in why we're not getting at it on a more holistic fashion. Because we've came in on a huge deficit of maintenance on barracks and housing. This
I know that.
This budget funds that. We're also going to pursue Milcon reform, because in too many places we're trying to build things around Milcon as opposed to using Milcon, because Milcon is so bureaucratic and slow in its process. So we look forward to working with you to fix that, not just this discrete barracks issue, but where we found them, we fixed it, and then we've energized the system through a barracks task force to flow money exactly where it needs to go.
And I'm a champion of speeding up Milcon everywhere we can. And I've been out to Guam and some of those places, and we got a lot of needs out that way. I mean, we're way beyond what our budget will sustain. But I have another question for you. I represent Fort Hood, the home of the 1st Air Cavalry Division Brigade, operating Apaches, Blackhawks, and Chinook helicopters. And I'm concerned that the FY27 budget request does not support these programs, essentially zeroing out funding across the 3 platforms, despite the Army stating that we're going to use these aircraft and they will operate for decades to come. With that, the Chinook has no replacement for heavy lift mission. Now, will the department manage aviation modernization, and how will they do that without creating readiness problems and capability gaps in the future? Because the planned future lift is not like the Chinook.
Sir, I think it's a very fair point. I think it goes to the previous mindset of divest to invest. That was an austerity point of view that we inherited at our department. We've made some changes at the Army. We might have a slightly different view of the Army Transformation Initiative. Some of it is very good. There's a lot of goodness in there, but I think there are some things that assumed future platforms that may not be there yet. Take the Apache, for example, which our warfighters rely on and love. Take the Chinook, which is used all the time. We need to make sure we've got something there for it before you divest, or we're not investing in that capability. So we look forward to reviewing that with you and ensuring that we don't have a gap.
Yeah, because the budget doesn't have anything, it zeroes out all 3 of those as far as we read it.
Well, then I'll take another look at that with our team.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, gentlemen. Mr. Case.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Hurst, what is the total replacement cost of the material that we have expended in Iran to date? By the way, by material, I refer to munitions. I refer to, planes, to drones, to stuff that we keep in our stockpile.
Yeah, I'll exclude military construction from this because we don't know what that's going to look like in the future, but I would say it's around $24 billion.
Okay.
Replacement and repair.
And that's through what date?
That's our current estimate.
Okay. I'm looking at a report in the public sphere from CSIS dated April 21st, which calculates estimated aggregate unit cost of 7 precision systems. So I'm talking, Tomahawk, JASSM, PrISM, SM-3, SM-6, THAAD, Patriot, those 7 at about $25 billion. Does that sound about right? I mean, you're projecting everything at about 23.
Yeah, I'm most confident in our projections on munitions costs. That's the easiest thing to calculate. So that number sounds a little high to me for that stage of the war.
Okay. We've lost about 39 aircraft, according to a report in the war zone, and that's an old one. That's almost 1 month old. Do you have a replacement cost on all of those aircraft? Now, understanding that some of that aircraft is not replaceable, but presumably would have to replace it with some kind of capacity.
There are costs there, sir, but I want to get back to you in writing and what they specifically are, because as you can imagine, repair of aircraft is something that's very hard to calculate. We want to do a full diagnosis of the aircraft before we estimate that cost.
Okay, but that's not in your estimate of somewhere around 29 cost of war that you gave us?
That's included. That's what we have right now.
Oh, I see. That is part of it.
Yeah, but it's an estimate, especially for repair costs, and so that could change over time.
Okay. And you did talk about Milcon, which was a question that I had. Do you have any, because I mean, we've obviously suffered major damage to our infrastructure in the Middle East. You don't have a Milcon estimate yet?
We have a lot of unknowns there. We don't know what our future posture is going to be. We don't know how we construct those bases, and we don't know what part our allies or partners could pay into the Milcon costs. And so we don't have a good estimate for that at the time.
Okay. What about fuel? Is that a major calculation in your cost of war? Fuel used, depletion of fuel reserves, replenishing that reserve?
We wrap that into our operations and maintenance costs.
Okay, that's
in
an
the
OM.
29.
Okay. Going to your FY26 budget request, you've got procurement. Let's just focus on procurement because that's what we're talking about largely. You've got $413 billion, which in and of itself is an 84% increase over FY20. I'm sorry, I'm in 27, 27 versus 26. And you have 38% of that total procurement request in reconciliation. Does that reconciliation request include anything from the war in Iran?
Obviously, we're buying things in the reconciliation requests that are being used in the Iran conflict, including munitions. There's over $40 billion in a munitions request and reconciliation, and so that would be part of the replacement.
Okay, so what I'm trying to get at is your reconciliation request in FY27 related to Iran, or is it not related to Iran, or what? Is it all?
Related. You know how long our budget generation process is and the appropriation cycle, and so we completed this before the Iran conflict.
Exactly. Okay, so what you're coming back to us with is not the reconciliation is not about Iran. The reconciliation is about assumptions that were made before Iran.
It's about making a generational investment in the joint force and building military readiness. That's what the budget request is.
Okay. I'm going to get back to some of the questions that were asked earlier, which is, what is the assumption that you are making in terms of future reconciliation bills in future fiscal years? How much of this is loaded into this particular fiscal year? You had a big reconciliation last year, which was portrayed in the same light, and now you're coming back for a huge one this year. Is another one on the horizon next year then?
For our budget request for 28, we expect to request that as discretionary only. And I believe the top line for that is 1.23, which will be our request that year.
Okay, I yield back.
Thanks, gentlemen. Mr. Diaz-Balart.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, gentlemen, and more importantly, the folks that you lead. Federal government does a lot of important things, but nothing more important than what you all deal with. Let me get back to this hemisphere. I'm very, very grateful that the administration is finally really focused on the Western Hemisphere, and it's actually going to show. We're going to be able to show that it's saving American lives. But let me just to you, Mr. Secretary, let me throw a couple of points and see if you disagree with any of these. And let me talk about the one state sponsor of terrorism in the Western Hemisphere, which is the Cuban regime. Are you aware that they harbor terrorists and U.S. fugitives from U.S. law? And we can just go through these really quick.
Yes.
All right.
Yes, I am.
Is it true that the Cuban regime actually shot down 2 American airplanes in international airspace, murdering Americans?
I can't recall the precise year, but I believe that is the case.
Is it true that that Russian spy ships and warships, including the nuclear sub Kazan, have repeatedly used Cuban ports?
That is true, Congressman.
Is it true that the site of the Russian Signet complex in Lourdes has once again become a hub for Russian intelligence within Cuba?
Well, we've long been concerned that a foreign adversary using that kind of location that close to our shores is highly problematic, yes.
And is it also true that now the Chinese also are there?
I wouldn't want to reveal anything that should be classified, but we don't want foreign adversaries attempting to use that island.
Well stated. Are you aware that, well, you're obviously aware that Cubans, intel people and military folks have been sent around the world because your folks confronted them in Venezuela. But are you also aware that according to Ukrainian intelligence, there are thousands of Cubans fighting for Russia in Ukraine?
I was not aware of that particular fact, but I am well aware that Cubans have been around the globe to include attempting to defend Maduro in Venezuela. So that is something they've done for a long time, yes.
You're also aware, Mr. Secretary, that, well, even stated by U.S. intelligence, even during the Biden administration, the Trump administration, the previous administration, the Obama administration, that Cuba has been designated as one of the 4 most advanced espionage operations against the United States, and that they share intel with other adversaries of the United States.
That all very much sounds right, sir.
And again, we're not in a classified setting. So I'm just considering all those issues and others that we could talk about in a classified setting. Do you believe that the Cuban regime possesses a national security threat to the United States?
I do.
Let me now focus on Iran, as I have a little bit of time left over. You, Mr. Secretary, you've been very clear what the goal is. But the goal that you're saying is not the goal that just this administration has had vis-a-vis Iran. It's been the goal of multiple presidents of the United States, right? Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. But I'd like to also ask you about Iran's offensive ballistic missiles and their offensive drones and their use of terrorism. Are those also issues that would be factors in a negotiated settlement with Iran? Because I don't have to tell you that there have been negotiations ad nauseum with Iran. The Iranians continue to cut deals, and yet they violate those deals. But it's interesting, in the nuclear deal that was cut with Iran during the Obama administration, missiles weren't even in part of that deal. As horrible as the deal was dealing with the nuclear issue, nor was terrorism. And I'm just hoping that those two issues, not only the nuclear deal, which is paramount, but offensive ballistic weapons, missiles, and we saw one that now has a capability of traveling rather far, and also their spread of terrorism. I hope that those also would be factors in any resolution to this issue in Iran, with Iran.
Well, sir, we're not the negotiating team, but I can tell you we have world-class negotiators. The core of it is the nuclear weapons issue. Those other factors are always a factor. Understanding that Iran has effectively tried to use the North Korea strategy with such overwhelming capabilities conventionally that no one would dare prevent them from pursuing a nuclear weapon. And it took President Trump to have the courage to make that historic decision. And hopefully we can get that across the finish line with negotiations, which are ongoing right now.
Mr. Chairman, my time is up. I yield back. Thank you, sir.
Thank the gentleman. Ms. Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary, Undersecretary, and General, thank you for being here. Secretary Hegseth, about 11 years ago, U.S. Air Force veteran Sergeant David Creed, who served at the Nevada Test and Training Range, realized for the first time that the health problems he'd been experiencing were not an isolated incident, but matched the health problems of many other veterans who had served alongside him at Knitter. He was sitting in his backyard reconnecting with 8 of them and asked them, "Does anyone here have tumors?" And 6 of 8 of them rose their hands and then proclaimed that even some of them had children with tumors. Dave, as it happens, had recently had a grape-sized tumor removed from his neck. 3 years ago, he came to Washington when the VA had refused to provide him the kind of benefits and coverage he had earned and which he needs from the VA because of his Department of Defense would not provide the agency with his records of his Knitter service. I helped introduce a bill 2 years ago and have been fighting on his behalf ever since. What is most frustrating about this fight is not that the federal government doesn't recognize these health impacts of their service. In fact, Congress 26 years ago provided a law providing medical coverage and compensation for the Department of Energy employees who served in the very same location that Dave Crete and his colleagues had served in. Instead, their fight is against the Department of Defense red tape, which you have been committed to fighting. Thank you. You see, one of the only things standing between the toxic exposed veterans at NITR and comprehensive health coverage and benefits from the VA is documentation that the Department of Defense has that will prove that they served where they actually did. This documentation exists, and we're just waiting for the department to act. Every day that you delay in providing this information, another veteran and their family suffers unnecessarily. Last week, I had the opportunity to meet many of these veterans. 2 hours before I met them, one of them received a call from his oncologist informing him that he had multiple myeloma, an incurable blood cancer. Over the weekend, Dave was notified that 2 more of his cohort had recent deaths. The Invisible Enemy, which is an organization Dave founded, maintains a memorial list of those who worked at NITR and have passed away. When Dave testified before the House Veterans Affairs Committee roundtable 13 months ago, 462 veterans were on this list. Today, that list includes 565 names. Just 1 year of inaction has led to 103 veterans passing without the care that they received, that they earned, and their family without the benefits. This list grows by an average of 1 every 2 days. Mr. Secretary, you have the authority to provide the VA with the documents they need today to get these veterans the help they need. These veterans have been waiting far too long. Can you please commit to me that you will be able to provide that list or that information as soon as possible so that these veterans can get the care and the benefits that they have rightfully earned?
Well, thank you for what you're doing for those folks. And I can certainly commit to you today that, my chief's right here. We will get a review for me as soon as early as next week, and I'll get back to you on what our department's position should be on that.
Okay, well, I first of all, we have the information. The Department of Energy has provided these benefits to the same cohort of people who worked alongside them. We cannot wait for another review. I'm asking for your commitment.
I'm not talking about a full review. I'm just talking about a familiarization. So I understand exactly what you're talking about, wrap my arms around it, and then get you a response. It's not a situation I have all the facts on. I just want to get all the facts and understand it before I commit to something like that.
All right. I just, like I said, 1 person every 2 days, 1 veteran who has served this country is dying and their families are going without the benefits they've earned. I can't express how urgent this need is. I thank you for your immediate attention to this issue.
Thanks, gentlelady. Mr. Elzey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, General Kane, Jay, thank you all for being here. To all the staff sitting uncomfortably in very tight seats behind him, thanks for your dedication to our country. Master Chief Isom, you joined the Navy in 1987. Ronald Reagan was still president. You've been in uniform for 39 years. I'd like to thank you and your family for all the sacrifices that you've made. You're clearly the essential man. And I always want to point that out, that you've been serving in the Navy since I was a junior in high school. And so I'm very, very grateful. As we address $1.5 trillion request, I want to say I appreciate participating in the tabletop exercise at the Pentagon, and I encourage all my colleagues to attend and do that. It gives a very clear message on why we're asking, or you are asking for $1.5 trillion and how it's justified. As we move forward with contested logistics and as eventually this war in Iran will end,
and the Indo-PACOM becomes the focus again. I'd like to see Congress fully fund the request for the Marine Corps McClellan-class LSM and the KC-130J for both the Navy and the Marine Corps. But the budget request breaks them up, and I'm not sure how you skin that cat. Moving to force protection and counter UAS, as we've seen in Iran at nations that are somewhat far away from Iran, we've had a force protection and counter UAS issue as we've lost an E3 AWACS, which is worth $500 million when we bought it, but it's irreplaceable, and there are fewer of those than B-21s. I think we're seeing the reach of UASs affect us in a way that we probably didn't anticipate. And we need to continue to use new companies that are developing new technologies to go after UASs. General, you addressed Karl von Clausewitz, so I'll use Sun Tzu as a counter. Even the finest sword plunged into salt water will eventually rust. And we deployed the USS Ford in June 24th of 2025. It's going on 11 months. At sea, and as one of only two people in the room who have been on extended deployments on ships, myself and Master Chief Isom, I just want to point out, thanks to the families who are sacrificing, this is going to harm a lot of families. And as we realize that every conflict we've been in the last year has included the Ford, and it's been essential to our operations. It also points out the need for carriers, and I don't think 11 is enough, but also recognize that downrange, that's going to affect the availability and the readiness of our force going forward. So along with that, the capabilities that a sixth-generation fighter on the carrier are so important. As we've already seen, we've got the F-47. We're going to down select the FAXX later this summer. General Kane, can you address why having both of those is so important?
Well, first, sir, I want to echo your gratitude for the Ford. Yesterday, the air wing flew off, so we know that Oceana was a very happy place as those aviators fought through 800 feet broken to come up initial as they should after a record-setting deployment. So we welcome the Ford back. You know, my job, I won't comment on a particular program, but the job that I'm in now is to offer a range of options to include our ability to project power off CVNs of the future. So as our civilian leadership carefully considers that, I know that'll be in the mix if selected. And I know your colleagues in Virginia and in San Diego are all focused on the same, sir.
They're going to have similar capabilities, but I think as we switch to the Indo-PACOM region, that as we talk about first, second, third island chains, which for most of the American people doesn't really mean that much, but the ability to have a moving airfield in the Indo-PACOM when we know that the Chinese, our peer adversary, have a number of hypersonic weapons that are going to be aimed at fixed points, such as islands where our forces are. It's just extremely important that we recognize that that a moving aircraft carrier with unique capabilities, which obviously can't be addressed in a place like this, that can shoot from outside the range of the capabilities of our adversaries is extremely important. I appreciate everything that y'all are doing. You're addressing an issue that hasn't been addressed in decades by asking for 1.5 trillion. It's a hard ask. It's going to be difficult for us to sell it, but I think it's absolutely essential for the defense of the United States, including a supplemental, which even people on my side of the aisle are saying they won't support. This is merely to refurbish and replenish that which we have expended in this conflict. It's absolutely essential for the defense of the United States, and the Chinese are watching. So thank you for all three of you and everybody in the room that works in this department. Thank you for what you do. I yield back. Thank you, gentlemen. Mr. Morelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate this hearing, and thank you all for being here and for testifying. I just wanted to make a general observation, first of all. I do get the sense that sometimes people think that critical questions are unpatriotic, weak, or defeatist. I just want to say for the record, I don't think that's the truth. I think it's the opposite. And I appreciate, General Kane, you've mentioned civilian leadership and civilian control a number of times in your testimony this morning. We're the Congress. Civilian control that you have talked about begins and ends here, and that's the way the founders put in Article 1 responsibility for funding and for declarations of war or with the United States Congress. So I want to just mention that because I hear it all the time. And we are not in any way, when we ask critical questions, demeaning or in any way reducing our tremendous respect for the men and women of the military, the joint forces of the United States. So I feel like that needs to be said, and I appreciate the comments that you made, General Kane, about civilian control. Second, as it relates to mandatory spending versus discretionary, I think this is really important. This committee, the Appropriations Committee and the Defense Subcommittee, is given the responsibility by the Congress and by the American people to make sure that we have an appreciation for all the dollars, taxpayer dollars, that go into defending this nation. And questions, again, ought to be here. Transparency begins here. Oversight begins here. And mandatory spending avoids the responsibility this committee has to report to the American people on how our money is being spent. So I just, again, want to stress how important it is. I appreciate my friend Mr. Elsey's comments about the $1.5 trillion request. If it is so obvious to everyone and to the American people that that's the dollar amount we need, we ought not be going through this mandatory, discretionary, supplemental. Let's put it all on the table and let's make the case to the American people. We've now waited since February 28th is, by my count, 11 weeks, 74 days since hostilities began in Iran, and trying to get a reporting of the dollars that have been spent in this has been excruciating. It's been long. I think General Washington reported quicker to the Continental Congress than this has been in terms of reports to the United States Congress. And I would just in the strongest terms urge that we move forward and give this committee a full reporting on what the cost of this endeavor has been. With that, I didn't want to make a quick, you mentioned something, Mr. Secretary, in your opening comments about private companies making private investments in our defense. I assume they're getting compensated for the investment. When you say private investment, are you suggesting companies are making investments for which they will not be compensated?
Yes, I am, Congressman.
Why would they do that?
Because we're turning it, it's the right question, because we've done it one way for years and years and gotten the same results. So this is changing the paradigm. Companies now know we're going to give them orders for 5 to 7 years on exquisite munitions in exchange for them paying for capitalization of their own plants. We used to pay for them to build their plants and then buy the munitions from them. So now, because they know they got consistent income.
But they are, no, I appreciate what you're saying. They're upfronting
the
costs.
primes are now paying for their own plants and equipment. That is a brand new paradigm. The taxpayer's not paying for it. That's $50 billion of value that you don't have to appropriate because the companies are paying for it themselves.
And the companies will not get compensated. They're going to make that as a charitable contribution to the United States government.
Their compensation is long lead times of munitions that they will produce and we will pay for in the future, but we don't have to build the
factory.
All right,
just to be clear.
This is how private business
reclaiming my
works.
time.
They
I just want to be clear. Wait,
build their
Mr.
own
Secretary,
factories.
I appreciate what you're saying, but let's be honest. They're going to get compensated. Look, I'm for that, and I appreciate what you're saying in terms of lead time and dependability and reliability of funding. But let's be clear. I want to switch topics if I can for a second. There's been much reported about the president's trip to China, and I appreciate, again, my colleagues who have raised Indo-PACOM and its defense. There are weapon sales which have been on hold that the president has not authorized to Taiwan, and I wonder if you could give me an update, either Mr. Secretary or General Kane, on what the status of those weapon sales are at this point.
I just want to say that the primes will be paying for those factories out of their own pocket, not the department's money or the taxpayers' money, which is a sea change, which is why I think this budget.
They're going to get a return on their investment, which, by the way, this is America.
We welcome a return on investment.
Yes, I understand, but they're not paying for it out of their pocket and not getting compensated. But anyway, could you answer my question about Taiwan?
Buildings cost money. And if we're giving them $2 billion to build the factory, that's taxpayer money. If they're using it out of their own hide, that's $2 billion saved for the American people that then we can appropriate toward munitions that we pay for in the future. I know it's difficult to grasp.
It's not
difficult what happens
to grasp,
when business take control of the
it's,
department.
It's a different way of getting to the same place. You're going to pay for it. The United States, and look, we ought to. They're building things for us, but to suggest that somehow they're making an investment that they're not going to get compensated through sales is just, it's honestly kind of ridiculous.
We used to pay for the building too, and then pay for the sales. And now we're paying for the sales, but not the building, which I think is a good.
And they're not embedding that in the price of the things that they're selling to us. the
price.
capitalization, the CapEx that they're putting into it, they're going to get back. Look, I don't know
They're
why
paying
we're
for
even
it.
arguing about it.
They're paying for it.
Could you answer my question about Taiwan arms
Well,
sales?
that's, the president's on the cusp of a trip, and I'll be with him, and he will make all the decisions related to that.
I
I
yield
think the
back.
gentleman's time has expired. Make a quick point. There is a change. The industrial base is putting money at risk with the expectation of orders, but there is no guarantee if, in fact, that particular product that they may make is not met or meet the standards in which we want to acquire it. And that is a significant change in what we've done in the past. Mr. Fleischman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Secretary. I commend those changes and the innovation. To everyone on this panel, thank you for a job well done. Thank you for what you're doing for our country. This is truly incredible. So let me start with that. As chairman of the Energy and Water Subcommittee, I'm going to take a little bit different approach. I'm deeply involved in the recapitalization and modernization of our nation's nuclear deterrent. As we are recapitalizing the entire strategic nuclear arsenal, I remain concerned about the lack of options lower on the escalation ladder available to the president. In theater, non-strategic nuclear weapons have remained essential to the credibility of our extended deterrent commitment to NATO. I've got a couple of questions to ask, but I'm going to ask General Kane and Secretary Hegseth, what is your assessment of our non-strategic nuclear capability gaps in the Indo-Pacific and elsewhere? What additional tactical nuclear capabilities beyond SLICM-N should we consider that would be most useful for reassuring allies, deterring our adversaries, and providing combatant commands and useful options in the worst case event of a conflict?
We're, as you know, we're making a $2 billion investment, and you mentioned SLICM-N and in FY26. So we're investing in that. But I would say that a lot of that discussion would be classified given O plans in the Indo-Pacific. But Admiral Paparo, I would say there's no COCOM commander we have regular feedback with on what dilemmas we might need to create for an adversary than Admiral Paparo and Indo-PACOM to include everything that would deter any level of aggression. So I think there's a lot of sensitivity on this topic that doesn't lend itself to this environment, but very much so we're looking at all options.
Thank you. And I would also commend the Admiral Paparo. I mean, they're doing incredible work. Yes, sir, General.
Sir, I was just acknowledging the Secretary's comment about what forum we're in here today. You know, all three, and I appreciate the Congress's leadership, all three legs of the triad are undergoing modernization and all require that. And we're grateful for the assistance from the Congress. It's a bedrock to deterrence around the world and one that we want to maintain our focus on. I'll probably leave it at that and can come back if there's follow-up questions.
Thank you. And I would assure you, gentlemen, that in the Energy and Water Bill, which funds this, we will certainly address that in a very robust way, as I think the administration has. So I thank you all. As most of you know, in that bill, I'm probably the nation's strongest proponent, supporter of nuclear power in Congress. Nuclear propulsion has long provided a great United States Navy with significant operational advantages. There's been tremendous progress within your department accelerating the adoption of nuclear energy as a means of providing resilient and long-duration power generation for military installations and forward operations. I'm excited about the Army's Janus program, and the Air Force just announced the first two air bases to receive microreactors. My question, gentlemen, is can you walk us through how the department is thinking about the role of nuclear power across the Joint Force, including naval propulsion and the use of advanced reactors for base and expeditionary power? What operational advantage did you see these technologies providing, particularly in the Indo-Pacific? And what can we be doing to accelerate and expand these efforts?
In both incredibly important capabilities, microreactors and propulsion, whether you're looking at survivability, sustainability of basing and mobility within basing, and the expectation in the homeland or abroad that the lights are on and we can operate even if it's a contested environment. And then there's just no doubt that you can't beat nuclear propulsion, especially as we've refined it over time. So I appreciate your efforts, and I think in this department you'll find a friend in ensuring we maximize that.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. General?
Sir, I'll just say that the joint staff has collaborated and continues to do so with all the combatant commands and services, the Secretary's team and office on OSW and the Congress to make sure that we're looking at the range of energy requirements that we're going to have and that we move from, frankly, in some cases, a reactive posture, no reaction into your nuclear point, but to a more proactive stance around how we're going to ensure energy sustainability in a range of situations that we could face. So we appreciate the chance to comment.
Thank you, General. And again, once again, I begin with profound thanks. I will end that way to all of y'all. I yield back.
Thank you. Thanks, gentlemen. Mr. Joyce.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you all for being here in Defense Secretary, War Secretary, Hegseth. Godspeed on that project of changing our procurement process. America's at its finest when capitalism and capital markets allow free competition and you get to purchase the best of all those ideas out there. Speaking of which, in June 2025, Ukraine's Operation Spiderweb, if you're familiar with it, destroyed and damaged dozens of Russian aircraft on the ground using low-cost, covertly infiltrated drones, demonstrating military installations are vulnerable to asymmetric drone attacks at a fraction of conventional strike costs. What steps is the department taking to protect our military bases from covert drone attacks, and do you need additional funding to safeguard those assets?
Well, I appreciate the question, and it's the battlefield trend, well, one of a handful that we are most closely tracking and investing in. $54 billion in defense autonomous warfare, recognition that every aspect of how we fight will be affected by technology and techniques and tactics like that one. And every environment more contested than it's ever been, and the ability to both go on offense and defense in that environment has to be something we're not just at parity with, but ahead of adversaries to ensure that we can create the kind of advantages we're used to having. And that's our job, is to ensure that we're looking around the corner. And so this investment in this budget, I don't know what it was, Jay, in FY26, but it was a small fraction of $54 billion. And we're even looking at DOG and metamorphosizing it, whether it's a joint task force into a sub-unified command. We're elevating this so we can push it through the services and ensure that it's not just something we do in an exquisite way, but it's how we fight at every echelon through the services. And that budget number is a reflection of that.
Well, you're getting attacked on a lot of fronts, Secretary Hegseth.
Can I just follow up? Would that be okay? One thing that I appreciate the partnership with the Congress on is, as we evolve from the warfighting mix that we have right now, the cost of precision and the cost of range is coming down. And so as we look at this budget, we look at the mix of capabilities that we're going to have. We talk about the agility in the defense industrial base and the national industrial base, the flexibility that we as teammates are going to have to ensure that we're not buying behind the technology development curve, but we're buying in front of it, is something that we look in the joint force to partner with, obviously OSW, but also the Congress on this as technology moves really fast. Thank you.
No problem, sir. I just want to touch another angle that we're getting attacked at, unfortunately, and that's the cyber threats from adversaries like China, Russia, Iran, and criminal organizations, which continue to grow. The department's ability to defend critical networks and support their military operations depends on a strong and ready cyber workforce across all the services. At the same time, unfortunately, you're competing with the private sector, which can make recruiting and retaining qualified cyber personnel challenging. Can you give us an assessment of where the department's cyber workforce stands today and what investments Congress can make to help you make that better?
Appreciate that question. 20 billion in cyber offense and defense. I think the biggest change we've made across the joint force is full integration of cyber as a warfighting domain, which it was always an appendage or something you might do. And I think when you look at operations, Epic Fury, Absolute Resolve with Maduro, the capabilities, so much of that was enabled by unique cyber capabilities that we need to stay ahead on. And so this, recognizing future adversaries could have more capabilities and more sophistication, both on offense and defense, this funds it properly. And I think we put a commander in charge there who's in General Rudd, who is infusing a warfighting mindset into that place and ensuring we're competing not just inside the military, but also for the best civilian talent to come into cybercom as well.
quite important. And Secretary Hegseth, I hate to keep picking on you, but the Collaborative Combat Aircraft Program is one of the department's most significant investments in this next generation autonomous power. Can you discuss how the department is approaching the integration of these autonomous aircraft alongside crewed platforms and how the program fits in your broader effort to field affordable mass and strengthen deterrence in the Indo-Pacific?
I can share some of it, but not all of it, because a lot of that is classified, but it is part of the future of how we will fight and a way in which we plan to stay far ahead of adversaries and create more dilemmas for them than I think they even imagine today.
Thank you very much. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank the gentleman. I recognize Ms. McCollum for any closing comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be submitting some questions for the record on behalf of Representative Capter. Last year, the president requested the first $1 trillion defense budget. Congress provided over $150 billion in reconciliation and $903 billion in discretionary spending. I continue, and I think you heard from many of us up here that mandatory funding for defense is not a great idea. We should avoid it at all costs. The budget request for this upcoming fiscal year has grown to $1.5 trillion. It's a 50% increase. But the department doesn't seem to have enough to cover its budget holes here in the department. I'm going to give you two examples. One is reprogramming. Just the National Guard alone has $600 million of reprogramming. None of their missions were budgeted for, and now we're being asked to, now you need to move money around. You're asking us to move money around to cover that. That was money that was approved for other purposes, so it creates a hole. The Army submitted a request to move nearly $1 billion around to fill personnel shortfalls. The Navy has $907 million hole it needs to cover for its personnel. So those are problems, and this is why we want things baked into the base bill. And then when it comes to the supplemental, the Iran war has cost Americans at least now, if I've got it right, Mr. Hurst, $29 billion to date, without a lot of things haven't been accounted for yet. And the department's requesting more money for munitions outside of the base budget. So bottom line, I want your takeaway message to be, I'm deeply concerned that the department can't seem to manage $1 trillion that Congress provided last year. So gentlemen, we need information. We mark our bill up on June 11th. And we need to be able to justify, to do our fiduciary responsibility to the taxpayers, any increased funding that you seek. So we expect the information that we've been asking for on munitions and supplemental requests as soon as possible. I would say by the end of next week. So I thank you all for being here. And Mr. Chairman, we watched some of the other hearings. This is the way especially a hearing should be conducted, especially when it's dealing with international defense, when we ask people to put their lives on the line. I thank everyone for a respectful hearing, but we need the information, Mr. Secretary. I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady, and that's something we are going to agree with the other side, is that sooner is better. It makes my job easier, and at the end of the day, it makes your job easier, Mr. Secretary. If we can get the information both on the base budget and on the supplemental. Just as a comment, that Ed Case was making about some of the cost on this thing. I hope the Kuwaitis are going to come up with the money for those 3 F-15s that we lost, and that's a considerable amount of money. But I want to thank the Secretary and the General Kane for answering questions before the subcommittee today. I look forward to continuing to work with you as we move forward with the fiscal year 27 appropriations process, and we can fund the men and women who serve us well in the United States military. With that, we're adjourned.
Senate will come to order. Chaplain Dr. Black will lead the Senate in prayer. Thank you. Let us pray. O God, our rock and fortress, We trust the unfolding of your loving providence. May our lawmakers find refuge in the shadow of your citadel. Give our senators eyes that are willing to see their own mistakes, to be patient with the faults of others, and to persevere until your purposes are accomplished. May our legislators walk with reverence and sensitivity through life's wind, rain, and sunshine. Lord, give them steadfast hearts as they strive to glorify you. Open their minds to think your thoughts and their hearts to do your will. We pray in your merciful name. Amen.
Will you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved. Morning business is closed. And under the previous order, the Senate will proceed to executive session and resume consideration of the following nomination, which the clerk will report.
Nomination, Federal Reserve System, Kevin Warsh of Florida to be a member of the Board of Governors.
Mr. President,
Senator from Iowa.
last week I held 12 Q&As in 12 different counties during our Senate recess. Not in every county, but in some counties, a question like this comes up. What are you going to do about the national debt? I usually say to the person asking the question, you could have asked me an easier question. So I come to the floor to speak to an announcement that was made last week, an announcement that ought to scare all Americans, but particularly those of us in the Congress of the United States. And it was not a surprise announcement. The United States recently eclipsed a fiscal milestone. At the end of March, the nation's publicly held debt surpassed the value of all goods and services produced in our economy. Another way to say that is our national debt as a percentage of our gross national product was more than 100%. Outside of a momentary blip during the pandemic, the nation hasn't exceeded this mark since 1946. Passing this threshold should be a wake-up call to Congress to get the nation's fiscal house in order. In 1946, debt relative to the economy hit its peak and precipitously declined thereafter thanks to the end of World War II. Today, it's just the opposite. Our debt is expected to grow faster than the economy indefinitely. And it ought to be a wake-up call to all of us in the Congress of the United States. In fact, interest on the debt alone is costing Americans, taxpayers, $1 trillion annually. And within 10 years, interest costs would top $2 trillion a year. The nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office that does this scoring
reminds us with every budget update that this fiscal path is unsustainable. Economist Herb Stein famously quipped, quote, "If something cannot go on forever, it will stop," end of quote. Our debt cannot grow faster than the economy forever. It eventually will stop. The question is when and how. We have this choice. As members of Congress representing the people of this country that are very concerned about this situation, we can either work together today to gradually turn the corner or wait until there is a crisis where draconian austerity measures are forced upon us by the national creditors. For the good of the nation, we must embrace the former option. I yield the floor and suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
Consent the quorum business week. And I was glad to be able to host a business roundtable last Monday in Aberdeen, South Dakota, and hear directly from small business owners in my state. I was also able to visit the Business and Health Innovation Center on the campus of Northern State University, which houses the Northern Innovation and Startup Center that provides support for aspiring entrepreneurs in northeastern South Dakota. Mr. President, Small Business Week is an important celebration, but the impact that small businesses have is felt literally every day of the year. Nearly half of Americans in the private sector work for a small business. Small businesses are responsible for a majority of the new jobs in this country. And a lot of Americans' first jobs were at a small business, mine included. Mr. President, there's nothing small about the impact that small businesses have in our country. And Republicans know that any path to economic strength runs through small businesses. And that's why they were a key focus of the tax relief we delivered in the working families tax cuts last year. This landmark bill locked in the lower small business tax rates that Republicans enacted in 2017, giving them certainty to plan for the future. It also made the 199A small business deduction permanent. Mr. President, I've heard positive feedback on 199A across industries in my state. In South Dakota, an agricultural cooperative estimates the impact of this one policy at over $100 million since 2017. And that money has been able to be passed on to the farmers that are members of that co-op. And I'm sure that those farmers, like so many small businesses across the country, are relieved that 199A is here to stay. Mr. President, 199A is just one of the policies in the working families tax cuts that helps free up money so small businesses can invest in their operations and in their employees. Another is 100% bonus depreciation, which is also now a permanent feature of the tax code. Bonus depreciation allows business owners to deduct the full cost of a new piece of equipment the year they start using it, rather than spreading that deduction out piecemeal over several years. Say you're a farmer and you need to replace your combine, or a manufacturer who needs to upgrade your machinery, or a plumber who needs a new truck. Those are all big expenses, especially for a small, maybe even in some cases one-person operation. So bonus depreciation helps small businesses take on that big expense by allowing them to deduct the entire thing in that 1 year. And the impact can be significant. In fact, a car dealership in my state was able to build an addition and hire 10 more people because of bonus depreciation. Mr. President, a lot of our small businesses and farms and ranches in South Dakota are family-run operations. Many of them have been in the family for generations, and the plan is to keep them in the family for generations to come. Unfortunately, the death tax has too often threatened these plans. When one generation passes the business on to the next, the death tax can take a big bite out of it. It can be devastating, forcing families to sell all or part of their family business, farm, or ranch just to satisfy a big tax bill. Not to mention the costly estate planning expenses that many families incur to keep their businesses from being ruined by a death tax bill. Mr. President, I'm very proud that the Working Families Tax Cuts protects a lot more family businesses from this unfair tax. In this bill, Republicans permanently raised the exemption threshold on the death tax, and a lot of small business owners, farmers and ranchers, breathed a sigh of relief that they don't have to worry about losing their livelihood when they lose a loved one. Mr. President, last week was Small Business Week. It was also Travel and Tourism Week. In South Dakota, tourism is one of our leading industries. Last year, 15 million people visited the Mount Rushmore State. They came to see that iconic monument, to see the South Dakota Badlands, and the bison herds at Custer State Park. Some came for conferences in Sioux Falls, others for our legendary pheasant hunting. All told, Mr. President, last year tourism brought $5 billion to South Dakota's economy. And I have to think that a lot of that money was spent at our state's small businesses, at our restaurants, coffee shops, breweries, with tour operators, hunting guides and outfitters, and many more. Mr. President, like the other small businesses in our state, businesses in the tourism industry are benefiting from tax relief in the Working Families Tax Cuts, lower small business tax rates, investment incentives, the 199A small business deduction. Mr. President, some of the most positive feedback I've heard from small business owners about the Working Families Tax Cuts is how much this bill helps their employees. The no tax on tips and no tax on overtime provisions in this bill are especially game-changing for folks in hospitality and tourism. That includes waiters and bartenders, of course. It also includes people who work as tour guides, entertainers, and drivers. Mr. President, many Americans look forward to the summer for a few days away with their families. And those who work in hospitality and tourism, for those who work in hospitality and tourism, summer means more customers and more money. And the working families tax cuts ensures that more of the money they earn stays in their pockets. Mr. President, Democrats may try to claim the working families tax cuts was about billionaires, but the American people know the truth. Farmers, ranchers, and small business owners know it's helping them free up money to meet their expenses and invest in their operations and in their employees. And hardworking Americans can see that the working families tax cuts lets them keep more of their hard-earned money. We call it the working families tax cuts for a reason, Mr. President, and I'm proud to report that working families are benefiting. Mr. President, as if in legislative session, I understand that there is a bill at the desk that is due for a second reading.
The leader is correct. The clerk will read the title and the bill for the second time.
S4486, a bill to amend Title III United States Code to prescribe a process to authorize certain activities at the executive residence at the White House and for other purposes.
Mr. President, in order to place the bill on the calendar under the provisions of Rule 14, I would object to further proceeding.
The objection having been heard, the bill will be placed on the calendar.
Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Budget request is structured matters. This is not a $1.5 trillion defense appropriation request. It's a request for $1.1 trillion in base appropriations and regretfully another $350 billion in reconciliation. The good news is the base request reflects real growth, unlike the net cut in fiscal year 26 request, and very much unlike the Biden level CR in 25. But some of the most pressing items on the fiscal 27 to-do list are regularly downstream of missed opportunities in fiscal 26. For example, like the failure to fully fund $28 billion in multi-year contracts for critical munitions. The subcommittee did what we could to increase munition purchases above the fiscal 26 request levels, but we couldn't do it all without a sufficient top line. This year, the fiscal 27 request sets a higher top line, high enough, one would think, to build the department's highest priorities into the base budget request, instead of shunning them off into a one-time reconciliation request. Which brings me to the bad news. The 27 request fails to make room in the base budget for some of the military's top priorities. The distinction between base and reconciliation really matters. Base funding is what creates budget stability for the services and sends consistent demand signals to industry. And base funding is what gets extended by short-term continuing resolutions when work on full-year appropriations is unfinished. As I said last year, reconciliation should be a supplement to, not a substitute for, political realities will not always allow for party line budget reconciliation. And if the department's top priorities aren't built into annual appropriations, we're actually taking a big risk. The department is right to make Golden Dome, munitions, and the F-35 program and drone dominance
top priorities. But these key lines of effort only work if we put them on solid fiscal footing. So, why is the department requesting funding for multi-year munitions contracts, which by definition require steady year-on-year funding via a one-time reconciliation? And why risk some of the president's top priorities like Golden Dome by not firmly building them into the department's baseline? National Missile Defense will require sustained funding over many years, not a one-year expenditure. Other key platforms like the second destroyer and the E-7 battle management aircraft aren't requested in base or reconciliation. So, Mr. Secretary, you've been outspoken about the pace of America's armed forces as the most, quote, powerful, most lethal, and most prepared military on the planet. I'm as committed as you are to sustaining that role. But that's precisely why I'm confused by the administration's failure to prioritize key systems in the year-on-year base budget spending. So I hope you'll explain the department's current approach to allies and partners. The stunning success of Operation Midnight Hammer and Operation Epic Fury illustrates the importance of the access, basing, and overflight granted by our allies in Europe and in the Gulf. I'm as frustrated as anybody about Spain, but they are the exception to the rule when it comes to European allies carrying more of the burden. Likewise, it's impossible to conceive of U.S. power projection in Indo-Pac without the breach that comes from decades-old alliance relationships. So I want to hear the department's view of the role of longtime allies in support of U.S. interests across the globe, because it's quite clear now that our expectation for European allies is no longer the focus of our own continent message that they received from your subordinates for most of the year. Our adversaries are working together to undermine America in the West, strain relations with our partners who are making generational commitments to collective defense and driving investment into American-made weapons and systems only serves our adversaries' interests and limits our capacity and deterrent power globally. So I want to hear about the future of capacity building with committed allies and partners. From the Baltic states to Taiwan and the Philippines, I expect the European capacity building investments intended specifically for Ukraine reach their destination without further delay. Wars in Ukraine and the Middle East clearly show that we have things to learn from our friends. If we want drone dominance, it makes perfect sense to deepen cooperation with the world's most drone warfare experts. I want to underscore this is not charity. When our partners are capable, deterrence is stronger, and the risk to our own service members is lower. This is true in the Middle East today as it was in Europe and the Indo-Pacific. And I think it's noteworthy that our allies in the Pacific have an interest in Ukraine, have sent representatives to NATO meetings. They're hoping for and expecting that NATO will play a worldwide role in defending democratic countries against these adversaries that we're all challenged by. Our allies and partners have many of the interests, and if we fail to take full advantage of it, we're only hurting ourselves. I'll end with one observation on the prospect of supplemental appropriations. The deficiencies of our critical munitions stocks and industrial capacity actually existed long before the conflict with Iran and Russia's escalation in Ukraine. If the administration sends Congress a supplemental appropriation request, it'll be an important step toward fixing a long-standing problem and investing in future deterrence. It shouldn't be a referendum on the war in Iran. I supported a national security supplemental in 2004, even though I thought President Biden's approach to Russia and Iran was too weak. I did it not because supporting Ukraine is in our strategic interest, but because these funds helped replenish American stockpiles and restore our own defense industrial base. And in fact, jobs are created in 38 different states in this country, in our country, American jobs, by a significant percentage of what that went for. Today, the need to expand munitions production to replace battlefield losses is actually even more urgent. So with that, I'll ask each of our witnesses, after we hear from Senator Coons, to make an opening statement and hopefully limit your remarks to 5 minutes. Chris?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Secretary Hegseth, General Kane, Chairman Kane, for appearing before us and for your testimony today. Let me just begin by expressing my gratitude to the service and sacrifice of the 2.8 million members of the Joint Force and the civilians who support them. And in this urgent moment, to focus on a few simple and clear questions. It bears repeating that the regime in Iran is a terrible regime that has the blood of thousands of American soldiers on their hands over decades, and that they pose a sustained and real threat to the United States and the region. And it bears repeating that our allies are increasingly distanced from us as our adversaries are increasingly aligned. I agree with much of what the chairman said, including that we are in a moment of real contest and danger in no small part because Russia, China, DPRK, and Iran are partnering. Russia and China are helping resupply Iran and the drones that they're using to contest and close the Strait of Hormuz, to target and kill Americans and degrade our facilities. And so if our adversaries are increasingly aligned, I think a core question is, are we? We have so many questions, Mr. Secretary, about this budget proposal, this $1.5 trillion budget request. And at the core is going to be, what's the cost of the war we're in Iran? How long will it go? What damage has been done to our security and our strategic position? When will we get a supplemental request and of what scale? When will we be requested to authorize this war? And when will the American people get a clear answer about our strategic goals and how we will achieve them? I share the chairman's concern that we have created real distance with our allies, most principally our NATO allies, who have stepped up and contributed tens of billions of dollars more to purchase the munitions for the defense of Ukraine and to dramatically increase their long overdue investments in our joint defense in Europe. But unfortunately, the way that the move towards war was launched 74 days ago, without consent, without consultation, has caused a real rift with our vital European allies. And again, as the chairman said, and I agree, there is also a critical and urgent need for us to recognize and embrace that in the most important test field, the battlefield in Ukraine, where the Ukrainians are fighting bravely and successfully against Russian aggression, they have innovated. They have delivered the most lethal and capable drone and counter-drone technologies in the world. What is bedeviling us in Iran right now? Their ability to use thousands of cheap, effective Shahed drones to hit our allies, their military facilities, and their oil and gas production facilities, and to target and hit civilian shipping. Who's the world's best at intercepting Shahed drones? Ukraine. Last year, the administration requested 0 for Ukraine and 0 for our key NATO allies in the Baltic states. And on a bipartisan basis, this committee put in $400 million. When we met just about a month ago for the first time over at the Pentagon, and thank you for that conversation, we all emphasized the importance of coming to us with a spend plan for these $400 million. This is a $1.5 trillion request in front of us. Why am I taking your time on $400 million? Because I think it shows a key piece, a missing piece in strategic vision. We should not be standing aside from the war in Ukraine and saying, eventually we want to be a part of some peace between Russia and Ukraine. We should be learning the lessons of Ukraine. Our allies in the Persian Gulf they're buying their interceptor systems at scale. Some of our current and former leaders in our military were working very hard to learn the lessons of Ukraine. I must say, in a recent briefing for this subcommittee, I was very encouraged by two very senior members of the United States Army who are in Ukraine and have been helping our armed forces learn. But my heart fell when I left and was told that those two senior officers were being forced out. I am concerned that we have a distracted administration and a distracted department. From your written testimony, Mr. Secretary, it seems at times you're more passionate about fighting culture wars than winning the real war that we're in. At banning books, at cleaning alleged DEI off of websites, at taking on an anti-vaccine position rather than continuing the long-standing public health policies, at interfering with promotions. I'm stunned that you fired the 44-year Chief of Staff of the Army in the middle of a hot war and dismissed the Secretary of the Navy in the middle of a naval blockade. As dozens of senior flag rank officers have been dismissed, I am worried about what that does to focus and morale. We have a president who seems more focused on $1 billion ballroom and a victory arch rather than achieving actual victory, and a small piece of the $1.5 trillion request in front of us is for a new Trump class of battleships, a so-called Golden Fleet, which I think goes in the wrong direction. Let me come back to the basic point I was trying to make. The world of warfare is changing. Every major service can and should embrace smaller, lighter, faster, more distributed, lethal capabilities that will mostly be autonomous. This move towards a Golden Fleet, towards a new battleship, strikes me as moving in exactly the wrong direction, giving our adversaries a bigger target rather than a more capable platform. How do I explain to my constituents the cost of this war and the cost that we are looking together to invest in our national defense? I share the chairman's concerns about reconciliation. Last year, $150 billion was provided to the department, but the mismatch between base year and 1 year, between long-term and short-term, caused tens of billions of dollars in errors. Errors in how shipbuilding was handled, errors in how new munitions are being acquired. And working together on a bipartisan basis, we fixed many of those problems. This year's budget proposal triples that request to $350 billion. I agree with you about the urgency of our national defense. In your written testimony, you lay out 4 key goals: defend the homeland, deter China, increase burden sharing with our allies and partners, and supercharge the defense industrial base. As you've seen in the last Congress, I've worked with you and with Deputy Secretary Feinberg on multi-year munitions. I cheer the goal of finally passing an audit in 2028. I think we have critical investments to make in our defense industrial base. I think we are absolutely in the fight of our lives as a republic to win AI and quantum, space and surveillance, and the capacity to fight drones and launch drones. But I'm concerned that you, sir, and this department is distracted by issues that are not focused on the core thing we need to achieve. I could not agree more with what you said in your written testimony. For a generation, the United States was largely distracted by open-ended wars of regime change and nation building. And as you summarize this administration's approach, we will not send America's best to advance foolhardy or reckless adventures halfway around the world. Mr. Secretary, I agree that the Iranian regime is a terrible regime. I am grateful for the service and the sacrifice of the Americans who've been wounded or who've lost their lives in this current conflict. But I do not understand the strategy. And as the average American is seeing the costs at the pump and at the grocery store, and as this committee is being asked to approve the largest single-year increase in defense spending in decades, I need to better understand the answers to the urgent questions I've put before you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. Chairman McConnell,
Just have plenty of questions. Go ahead.
okay, sir. I'll try to keep it short. Ranking Member Coons, other members of this committee, thank you for being here. I'm honored to be here alongside the Honorable Pete Hegseth and the Honorable Jay Hurst to talk about this year's President's budget. I'm grateful for the opportunity today to speak with you about the foundation of America's strength, our 2.8 million members of our joint force. And I'm continually inspired by the soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, Coast Guardsmen, Guardians, and civilians standing the watch. They all could choose to do something different, but they choose to come serve our nation and do something more important than themselves. I would also like to highlight the 40 members of the Joint Force who've passed on from operations, combat, and training during my time as chairman, to include the 14 members who passed and were killed in action in Operation Epic Fury, and also highlight our most recent loss, First Lieutenant Key from Africa, who was out there, TDY. As chairman, my duties to ensure civilian leadership has a comprehensive range of military options and the associated risks required to make our nation's most difficult and complex decisions. I owe the President, the Secretary, and you, the Congress, the truth at every turn, and my blueprint for this role has always been General George C. Marshall. His firm commitment to civilian control, to a nonpartisan military, remains my constant standard. I strive to follow his example by working with you and providing clear and candid, strictly nonpartisan military advice, and to present this committee and my civilian leadership the clearest possible assessment of risk, readiness, and executability, and mindful today of the unclassified environment that we're in here. We are, as you said, Chairman and Ranking Member, operating in a delicate and dangerous times. Global risk is scaling, and the complexity of the modern battlefield demands constant adaptation and innovation. Your joint force is operational at its core, purpose-built for the realities of a complex world. We're organized, trained, and equipped to execute the most demanding missions across the globe with unrivaled precision, as demonstrated by the actions and activities over this past year. We are the most professional military on earth, and we're able to do these things because of the deep, enduring reservoir of training, professionalism, and commitment. Our operational tempo is high, but we're designed to sustain it and rebuild quickly, but we need to rebuild faster. We build readiness every day, we train professionals every day, and we learn to sharpen our edge every day. And we build continually on emerging technologies, as the ranking member said, like AI, quantum, and others, and advance every day, led by great people in our joint force, like Commander Gary Wald, or Wald, G, as we call him, who's out there working every day on our joint staff. Driving this pace of change requires timely, predictable capital and sustained investment, and I look forward to discussing it today. The President's budget supports the Department's goal of recharging the defense industrial base and the national industrial base, those small mom and pop manufacturing companies that are out there in your districts that help us generate combat capability and combat capacity to ensure that we're globally integrated, properly armed, and ready when and if our nation calls on us, while always taking care of our most important treasure, and that's our people. I'm deeply humbled today to be joined by the Senior Enlisted Advisor to the Chairman, Fleet Master Chief Dave Isom, who represents the 1.8 million members of our enlisted joint force. They are the special sauce of America's military. We face dynamic and dangerous times, but I have incredible trust and confidence in the joint force today. I'm deeply grateful for those deployed members of the joint force that are out there right now doing our nation's work. And I remain humbled by the gift of the ultimate sacrifice that those fallen have given us, not just for the 40 during my time in this job, but across the history of our great nation, and their families who continue to soldier on. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of President Trump's historic $1.5 trillion 2027 budget for the Department of War. The President's budget request reflects the urgency of the moment, addressing both the deferred maintenance of longstanding problems as well as positioning our forces for current and future fights. I'm honored to be joined alongside the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs and Jay Hurst.
Iranian American community is against this illegal war, and if you accept and if you approve this budget,
Sir.
you will complicit in the war crime of this administration.
If I may interject, I ask that we have order in the hearing room so we can proceed. I ask the witnesses suspend until the room is cleared. It appears it's cleared. Go ahead, Ms. Secretary.
Thank you. I'd like to start by thanking this committee and Congress for your partnership in securing the investments needed to maintain the most powerful military in the world. Our nation's ability to build, to innovate, and support the critical needs of warfighters at speed and at scale is the foundation upon which our survival rests. When President Trump took office, he inherited a defense industrial base that had been hollowed out by years of America Last policies, resulting in a diminished capacity to project strength, offshoring, outsourcing, cost overruns, and degraded capabilities. Under the leadership of President Trump, a builder-in-chief, we are reversing this systemic decay and putting our defense industrial base back on a wartime footing. Urgency informs everything that we do. We're rebuilding the military that the American people can be proud of, one that instills nothing less than unrelenting fear in our adversaries and confidence in our allies. We fight to win in every scenario, to include ensuring Iran never has a nuclear weapon. The $1.5 trillion FY27 budget put forward by the President will build upon the historic $1 trillion FY26 top line and will continue to reverse 4 years of underinvestment and mismanagement of the Biden administration. The $1.5 trillion budget will ensure that the United States continues to maintain the most capable military in the most complex of environments. Not to mention, however, that this budget also includes a historic troop pay increase, 7%, that builds on the pay increases that Congress has given in previous years. And the budget eliminates all poor or failing barracks. Quality of life for our troops is front and center in this budget. By supercharging our industrial capacity and transforming how the department does business, we are restoring American commercial dominance at a pace unseen in generations, transforming the defense industrial base from the broken, slow-moving systems of the past. We have flipped Pentagon acquisition processes from a bureaucratic model to a business model, decisively moving from an acquisitions environment paralyzed by bureaucratic red tape to an outcome-driven organization focused on delivering the most for taxpayers. Over the past year, through historic multi-year procurement agreements, smart business deals, we have sent an unambiguous demand signal to our industry partners, large and small, to build more and build faster. The result has been a surge, a revitalization of our great American factories and a massive reinvestment in the skilled American workers who serve as the industrial muscle behind our warriors. I'll provide a brief overview of what's been accomplished on that front in just a few months. These are announced new facilities and investments in support of American warfighters. The department has helped stimulate more than 250 private investment deals in 39 states and 180 cities in 150 companies, not just the big primes, worth more than $50 billion. This has resulted in 280 new or expanded facilities and more than 18 million new square feet of American manufacturing, 70,000 new jobs. These $50 billion in investments in new plants, new assembly lines, and new factories are private investments, not taxpayer dollars. By completely transforming our department's business model, American companies, private companies, are investing in their own factories with their own money, a historic demonstration of American manufacturing and defense revitalization, all with their capital not Uncle Sam's. This has not been done before and is long overdue. It's from a bureaucratic model to a business model. These investments equal great things for American families and American workers and help ensure that we can defend the American dream, all American made. Together with the help of this Congress, we're turning the lights back on the arsenal of freedom. We're firing up the American economic engine at every level of our defense industrial base. Every policy we pursue, every budgetary item we request serves to ensure that this department remains laser focused on increasing the lethality and survivability of our fighting forces from the front lines to the factory floor. We truly believe this is a historic budget. And at every level, we have made it a fiscally responsible budget. This is also a warfighting budget. Under President Trump, we are restoring the unbreakable might of American manufacturing, which has to underwrite everything. We're providing for our warfighters, and we are putting the people and interests of this country first. May Almighty God continue to watch over our troops, and may we honor the legacy of those brave Americans that we've lost. That is our sacred mission, and that's what we'll continue to execute on. Thank you for this opportunity, and we look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I know we all understand you're going with the president to China. We all agree they're the greatest long-term military and economic challenge to U.S. and our Western allies as well. Of course, Taiwan, Japan, and Philippines look to us. So can you reassure the countries out there in the Pacific that their security will not be on the table during the talks in Beijing? Is our strategy to preserve American primacy or simply to accommodate China's rise? And can you speak to our commitment to preserving freedom of navigation in places like the South China Sea?
Well, thank you for the question, Senator. I would never purport to speak on behalf of the president or what he will say or how he'll approach these talks, but having an opportunity to watch him work, every aspect of what he pursues inside this relationship is to ensure that American interests are advanced. And our department, underneath that, we've worked very hard in that region, in the Indo-Pacific, with Japan, with the Philippines and others, to make that a priority to ensure that America's security is amplified by burden sharing of partners who recognize the shared threats that we face and are willing to invest alongside us. And some of those things are known to the public. Some of those things are not known to the public. But since the beginning of my time in this job, we've focused in that area of operations to ensure that Admiral Paparo has every option available to include with partners to create all the dilemmas necessary to give America every advantage possible, whether it's freedom of navigation, access basic and overflight, and ultimately put the president in a position where he's going into Beijing in a position of strength, which he will be.
So would you be a little more specific about navigation, particularly in the South China Sea?
I think what you've seen from this administration is a commitment to freedom of navigation. Take, for example, the BAM and the Houthis, which under the Biden administration, they allowed American ships to get shot at without consequence. And President Trump undertook that mission, Operation Rough Rider, for 50 days, and the Houthis stopped shooting at our ships. It wasn't a nation-building exercise. It was an advancing of freedom of navigation and our interests. The same would pertain to any waterway in the South China Sea. America's ships should sail freely, so should others in the international maritime sphere.
Army Secretary Driscoll has described Ukraine as the Silicon Valley of warfare, as I suggested earlier. I think we'll agree on that. And the outcome of the war really matters to American interests. Is there a policy preventing senior department officials from traveling to Ukraine? Do you support or oppose senior officials traveling there?
We've had Senator, we've had many senior officials travel there, and we learn a great deal. In fact, I've personally approved additional personnel there to learn from that drone battlefield, both on offense and defense, to ensure that we're learning every possible lesson from that conflict and incorporating it in real time into how we defend and we go on offense in an era where drone dominance is required. And that's why this budget spends so much on drone dominance. Take the lessons learned from Ukraine and other battlefields and ensure we're applying them throughout the fighting force as quickly as possible.
Well, I think what's not in dispute is that NATO is the most important military alliance in world history. Nobody's ever pulled something together like this and held it together to prevent the worst for a longer period of time. Basically, it seems to me that a lot of the European countries think that we're reducing our influence there, that they're sort of on their own, and somehow American leadership is not essential to NATO going forward. I would argue that it's certainly essential for us to continue to be the leader, and it's important to note the other countries that are looking to NATO, our allies in the Pacific, helping Ukraine, interested in coming to NATO meetings, anxious for America to continue to defend the free world, not just in NATO, but worldwide. It's a big job, and they're looking to us. There's nobody else who can do that. So what is the department's concise vision for the role of our allies and partners in defending America's global interests?
Senator, our vision is to have real, capable allies and partners. I think that's what we've seen in Epic Fury. Israel's Air Force and their ability, will, and their capability is a demonstration to the world. There are other allies like that, and we need more of them. So flags are not the goal. The number of flags involved in an operation are not the goal. The goal is the number of capable formations who can actually fight alongside the American fighting man and woman. So it's not just us all the time. I saw that in Iraq. I saw that in Afghanistan. Our generation has experienced that. No administration has done more to ensure that our allies and partners realize they need to step up so that we can amplify our capabilities. That's what burden sharing is all about. It's not just we carry the burden for other countries. It's other countries are capable of coming alongside us as well.
But I also think Putin's invasion of Ukraine helped get their attention that they need to step up as well. And the president's been very clear about that. So they are headed in the right direction. What I'm worried about is which direction we headed in.
I think it's very encouraging that European countries have stepped up to ensure that Ukraine can defend itself. I think that's a very good development.
Senator Coons.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, in January, President Trump signed the fiscal year 26 defense appropriations bill. It provided $400 million specifically to aid Ukraine in their fight against Russia. This is at a time when our European allies and partners have stepped up to take on the overwhelming majority of the cost of any munitions or support for Ukraine. So far, your department has not spent a dime of that $400 million, despite repeated follow-up requests from the chairman and myself. In a call just last week, your staff indicated we will see a spend plan for those funds this week. Will you commit to spending those $400 million for weapons for Ukraine, and when will we receive your department's spend plan?
I appreciate that question. The $400 million for European capacity building has been released from the Secretary of War's office, and we'll work with EUCOM to make sure they spend it accordingly and properly, which we have all faith that they will.
Mr. Secretary, when will this subcommittee get the associated spend plan for the $400 million?
Yeah, I mean, we will work with your committee to make sure that the spend plan as allocated, I want to make sure EUCOM is fully informed in how they want to spend this. They're the closest to the problem set. And so working with them to ensure that you have the spend plan, we'll work with you.
Mr. Secretary, thank you, but it's May, and this has been the law since January, and you or your representatives have been asked this repeatedly on a bipartisan basis by members of this committee, and I think dragging our feet on this small investment in Ukraine's defense sends exactly the wrong signal to Putin at a time when the contest for freedom has its front lines in Ukraine. As you said, Europe has stepped up, donating billions to buy U.S. weapons to send to Ukraine to help them as they continue to take ground on the battlefield. But it seems not all the money donated by our European allies is going to buy new weapons for Ukraine, as they had understood. The memo you released just last week prior to your testimony at Senate Armed Services indicated DOD has and will continue to divert some of these funds back into DOD accounts for our own use. Will you commit, Mr. Secretary, to spend every dollar donated by our European allies for Ukraine on new weapons and capabilities for Ukraine?
The Pearl Initiative, which you're referring to, which is instituted underneath this administration so that European countries are paying for American equipment to provide as they see fit. NATO allocates where it would like to allocate that. It can choose Ukraine if it'd like. That money, when it's paid for, that's where it goes. It goes to those efforts.
Well, look, as the chairman raised, and as I will repeat, I view NATO as the most successful mutual defense relationship we've ever had. And your comment about we need not flags, but real and capable allies, and the foot dragging on both Pearl and the investments in our Baltic allies and Ukraine causes me real concern. As you know, a bipartisan group of us from the Senate and the House went to Denmark to lay a wreath at the memorial to the 52 Danes who served, fought, and died alongside our troops in Afghanistan. Those were not just flags. Those were real warfighters who fought and died at our request in a war that began by NATO's initiation, a service and sacrifice in Afghanistan. I just think we're sending the wrong signal by the president's announcement of the intention to withdraw 5,000 troops from Germany. Could you help me understand what is the strategic reason for a drawdown of U.S. troops from Western Europe?
I would just like to clarify, Senator, it's never about the heroism of foreign troops. I fought alongside great British and European and Australian allies in Afghanistan. It's the political caveats and the limitations that they come with. It's not the troops. It's the capitals of those militaries that limit what they're able to do, where they're able to go, who they're able to fight, that create limits on our own. And anybody that's been in these formations knows that. So it's easy to talk about here. It's another thing to apply. And we need allies that are burden sharing, not becoming a burden with political limitations. I'm not talking about the troops.
Thank you. Our president said in Europe that we never asked for and never received anything from our NATO allies. Was that your experience in Afghanistan, serving and fighting alongside our NATO allies?
I've written extensively about that, and the vast majority of my experience was frustration with the limits of what those troops were able to do because of the political caveats, rules of engagement, and limits that came from their
But you don't
capitals.
doubt our question that about a third of all the combat casualties in our war in Afghanistan were our NATO partners and allies.
I would have to go back and check that number, but I take your word for it.
Let me just assert that hundreds and hundreds of service members from, as you put it, Australia and the United Kingdom, as well as many other of our allies, served, fought, and died alongside us. So I'm just going to simply say, in terms of our reliance on our partnerships, I'll agree with the chairman that at a moment when Russia and China, North Korea, and Iran are coming closer together and delivering a bedeviling lethality in this ongoing war in Iran, for which we don't have a clear strategy or clear answers, our better strategy would be to partner more closely with Ukraine, dig in deeper with our real values-based allies, our treaty allies in the Western Pacific and in Europe, and together find a path out of this, rather than berating them and bullying them for not coming along in a war they were not consulted about or briefed on before it began. I look forward to a second round. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. General Kane, when the Department of War was planning its operations in Iran, did you anticipate the closure of the Strait of Hormuz and the resulting impact on oil supplies for many countries, including here in the United States, where we've seen gas, diesel, and home heating oil prices go up. I ask this question because there's historic precedent, obviously during the Iraq-Iran war, tankers were fired upon in the Strait.
Senator, thanks for the question. As always, we have an incredible staff over at the Pentagon and down at USCENTCOM. And we always look at the range of military branches and sequels. I won't comment on any particular one because that gets to whatever advice I may or may not have given to the president. And I do that in private, but you should rest assured, as should the American people, that we cover and consider the full range of things all the time in our careful consideration of military actions and the advice and or options that we present to our civilian leaders.
It seems to me that there's been a different plan almost daily with dealing with this problem, which is why I ask. Mr. Secretary, let me start by thanking you for visiting Bath Iron Works in the state of Maine. The workers were very pleased to greet you and hear your encouragement and praise. The Aegis destroyers play such a critical role in our national security, from intercepting Iranian missiles to supporting combat operations around the globe. While visiting Bath Iron Works, you correctly described the DDG destroyers as the workhorse of the fleet and emphasized maxing out on DDGs sends a message to the world. I was also delighted that you noted that Bath built is best built, a slogan of which we're very proud. I fully agree with all those sentiments. That's why I was alarmed to see that this year's budget request only includes funding for just one DDG 51. That's down from 2 in FY26 and 3 in FY25. That reduction to a single DDG 51 creates uncertainty for U.S. surface combatant industrial base at a time when BIW is demonstrating huge progress in workforce retention, production stability, and faster throughput. So there needs to be a steady demand signal for DDGs in order to keep the yard operating at all phases, from cutting the initial steel to completing the ship. So I'm puzzled by why only one DDG is requested and concerned about what that will mean as far as maintaining that workflow. I'm particularly puzzled by the decision in reconciliation to request $1.8 billion for foreign-born surface combatants at the same time that there's the proposed cut for American-built destroyers. Wouldn't providing a demand signal for U.S.-built DDGs from the department help the industry further increase the speed at which these ships are being produced? And I'm sure when you were at Bath, they probably showed you the chart of the enormous progress that they are making.
I appreciate the question, Senator, and it was a great visit, and it's incredible what they do. To both your questions, the answer is shipbuilding capacity, and that's why we invest, $65 billion in shipbuilding in our shipyards, is because the reason for a request of that number is the ability to build them and how quickly. And so, as soon as that capacity is increased, which we anticipate this investment will do, then we look forward to ordering DDGs into the future, because they are the backbone of our naval fleet.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Erwin.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
I associate myself with the remarks of Senator Coons earlier about the $400 million for Ukraine, and I hope that it is allocated quickly. I'd like to ask a similar question about the $200 million in that same appropriation bill that was designated for the Baltic Security Initiative. Has that money been released?
If it has not been, it should be. I don't know. Has it been released?
Senator, so I believe there was a mistake with how the appropriations bill was written. We're trying to rectify that through a reprogramming action to make sure we have sufficient funds in the DSCA account to execute BSI.
It's 5 months after that bill was signed into law. How long will this take?
I think it's contingent on the reprogramming action being approved by the committees of jurisdiction of the Department of War.
So you're suggesting he has to go back through Congress for the current appropriation?
I need to move money between DSCA accounts to execute BSI. That's right.
Well, I can tell you, I would like to work with you to dispatch that money. It is needed for the Baltics and Poland and needed on a timely basis.
Absolutely.
I'd like to take a moment to reflect on the war in Iran, which you, Mr. Hurst, testified before Congress, has cost us $25 billion, 14 U.S. military personnel tragically killed, and a tenuous ceasefire in place. As I look at the achievements, Iran to date, led now by an even more extreme supreme leader. The global economy is held hostage to the standoff in the Straits of Hormuz. Our munitions stockpiles are dangerously depleted, and Iran is no further from a nuclear weapon than before our invasion. General Kane, the president has claimed on several occasions over the past couple of months that the war is over, that the conflict has been concluded. What were the goals of the U.S. conflict in Iran, and have we achieved them?
Well, sir, I'm going to be mindful of my need to maintain trust with a variety of stakeholders in the job that I'm in, which includes you, the American people, the Joint Force, and the President. And to that point, only our political and civilian leaders set the national military objectives. Our military objectives have been clear the whole time around targeting Iran's ballistic missile systems, preventing them from threatening U.S. forces in the region, destroying the Iranian Navy, degrading its capacity and capability, and ensuring that they can't rebuild by focusing on their defense industrial base. I'll defer to the Secretary and the President on other strategic objectives, but that's what we've been focused on, sir.
Do you feel that the situation in the Straits of Hormuz indicate a victory on our side?
Sir, only political leaders decide victory or defeat, and that I'll leave it to them to opine on that. They are the ones who invoke or stop the use of military force.
Well, then let me put it in strictly military terms. Can you explain to the American people who are facing these gasoline and diesel oil prices what is going on in the Straits of Hormuz, where Iran, which was attacked by us, seemingly as the Straits of Hormuz at a standstill, with 1,500 tankers waiting for either permission or peaceful circumstances to navigate?
So I think militarily, it's a case where Iran is choosing to hold the world's economy hostage through their use of military power across their southern flank. And so I would encourage Iran to reconsider that. And I would encourage those allies and partners who have an opportunity to come assist with that tactical problem to do so.
Could you explain to the American people why, with the vast in national defense and military, how Iran, after they've been attacked by us, is still capable of stopping the traffic in the Straits of Hormuz?
Well, sir, it's a complex situation out there with a lot of different small boats that are out there and other capabilities. Some of this is on the commercial traffickers. Some of this is on, again, back to the main problem, and that's Iran holding the global economy hostage through the Straits. I would encourage them to think wisely about their next moves and to take the opportunity to open the Straits. They have that choice to make.
They certainly do. I guess the question in my mind is, as we talk about trillion-dollar-plus budgets for our military, it appears that a very small budget is holding us hostage in the Straits of Hormuz. Yield, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I just want to start off with saying that these military operations against Iran have been spectacular. In a matter of months, we have degraded the largest state sponsor of terrorism beyond what I thought was possible, probably more to come. Ms. Secretary, 900 pounds of 60% enriched uranium. Do we all agree that's what Iran has buried somewhere?
In this format, some of that should be classified, so I wouldn't comment on the exact amount of anything.
Okay, well, it's just pretty well known. They brag about it. Is it possible they could have 60% highly enriched uranium without them cheating in the past?
We know in every context of what Iran has undertaken, they've lied and cheated.
The answer is no. Everything that Obama and Biden did was designed to keep it to a civilian nuclear program. There is no way in hell they can have 60% highly enriched uranium unless they cheat. So everything y'all did failed. And you want to criticize? You failed. You allowed Iran to be a threshold nuclear nation. Everything you did failed. Missiles, Diego Garcia. Did they shoot missiles at Diego Garcia, General Kane, the Iranians?
Yes, sir. They shot a few.
Under the protocols we had in place, were they supposed to be able to do that?
Without reviewing the fine print, I believe the answer is no.
No, they weren't. You failed there. You failed to stop Iran from being a nuclear threshold nation. You failed to stop Iran from having missiles that could go thousands of miles. Why should we listen to you? Bottom line here, China. Does China buy 90% of Iranian oil, Ms. Secretary?
China buys a very large percentage of
Okay,
Iranian oil.
90% is pretty large. So does China buy, are they largest purchaser of Russian oil and gas?
I would imagine they're up there, Senator.
They are. They're the largest. So President Trump, when you go to China, realize that the person you're talking to is propping up Russia and Iran. I appreciate what you've done in Iran. I appreciate what you're trying to do to end the Russian-Ukraine conflict. Do you agree with me, Mr. Secretary, that of all the countries on the planet, China could have the most influence of ending this war if they chose to?
I think the most influence is in President Trump's hands and what he decides to do, and he'll
Well,
set
what
the
if,
terms
what
of how
if
this-
China stopped
But
buying?
ultimately, China has a lot of leverage. You're right.
Yeah, they did. What if they stopped buying 90% of oil from Iran? That's not President Trump. That's up to China. Do you support putting tariffs on China if they continue to buy Russian oil and gas?
Tariffs is not my lane, but anything
got
we can
you.
do to put pressure on people, I usually
Right.
support.
Well, do you believe that when we put pressure on India by a 25% tariff for buying Russian oil, they kind of backed off?
I would say I've had a front row seat to the efficacy of tariff policy, yes.
Yeah, I think it works, guys, and we're on the breakout here in a minute of having a bill that would give the president ability to tariff the largest purchasers of Russian oil and gas, and I hope he will use it. So I just want to, Pakistan. Are you aware of reports that Pakistan are allowing their bases to be used to park Iranian aircraft, General King?
Sir, I've seen one report on that.
Well, is it accurate?
Sir, I think based on the variety of classification matters.
Let
I've
me
seen,
just say, do you agree if it is accurate, that is sort of inconsistent with it being a peace mediator?
Sir, I wouldn't want to comment on that based on the ongoing
Thank you.
negotiations and Pakistan's role.
Secretary Hegseth, if the mediator is allowing reconnaissance aircraft of Iran to be parked in Pakistani air bases, do you think that's consistent with being a fair mediator?
I wouldn't want to get in the middle of these negotiations. I want
well, I
maximum
do.
efficacy
I
for
want
our
to get in the
people.
middle of these negotiations. I don't trust Pakistan as far as I can throw them. If they actually do have Iranian aircraft parked in Pakistan bases to protect Iranian military assets, that tells me we should be looking maybe for somebody else to mediate. No wonder this damn thing is going nowhere. So, you know, I appreciate all you've done. I'm very supportive of it. But when it comes to Pakistan and China, enough already. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, gentlemen, for being here today. Mr. Secretary, we have been trying to track down the expenditures in the Operation Epic Fury and Operation Freedom now. And we've sent letters and we've got very few responses. We've been sending letters since March 10th. We did understand that there was a release that in the first 6 days, $11.3 billion was spent. And then recently we were told $25 billion was spent. Today, I think the number is $29 billion. Can you provide some details as to what consists of that $29 billion? Have we counted everything?
Yeah, Senator Reid. So I testified this morning to HACD that between the Joint Staff and the Comptroller staff, our operational cost estimate is now $29 billion. A lot of that increase comes from having a refined estimate on repair and replacement costs for equipment. Our munitions costs are fairly fixed. We think they're very accurate, and there's some O&M costs there as well. We're not making an estimate for MILCON at this time. We don't know what our future posture is going to be. We don't know how those bases would be reconstructed, and we don't know what percentage our allies and partners will pay for that reconstruction.
So you do not consider installations that have been damaged in the conflict, correct?
We just don't have a good estimate at this time.
So it's not in the $29 billion?
That's correct.
Expended weapons, are they totally included within the estimate?
Yes, to the best of my knowledge, we have a full count of the expended weapons.
And weapons transferred to other countries in the region, are they counted in?
I would want to double check to make sure we have that accurately.
Please, I mean, you're coming up and asking for another significant supplemental, et cetera, and before we can, I think, reasonably appropriate additional money, we have to find out how the existing appropriated dollars have been spent. So that's critically important. And I know also that the budget asked for another $350 billion in reconciliation. How essential is that to your budget?
I would say it's extremely essential to achieve the generational investment that the president is trying to make.
But that would be on top of the $150 billion we received in the big, beautiful bill, which would be $500 billion, $500 billion in 2 years. And again, we're not getting, I think, the detailed spend plan, the detailed obligation plan for this. And without it, it's very difficult to say, just take the money and run. You know, we have a job to do too. Any comments, Mr. Secretary?
We recognize that, and our you know, in a perfect world, everything's part of your regular order. This is a dynamic place with a lot of dynamic factors, and so in order to get where we need to with the historic investment for this department, we think this is the best allocation in order to get there, Senator.
Well, I think detailed analysis, detailed data that we receive will help us make more sensible judgments. And, you know, we're just sort of vague generalities are not helping this committee make critical judgments. And the trade-offs are significant. Deficit is increasing dramatically. We have to be conscious of that. We also have to be conscious to helping American families just get by. And inflation just hit 3.8% today, which is I think the biggest numbers is 2023 or something. So we're fighting all these forces that are not directly connected to your mission as Secretary, but they are connected to our mission. General Kane, your observations on the future course of action in the Persian Gulf. We're in this tenuous ceasefire. What's your sense of the direction forward?
Well, sir, I won't opine on a hypothetical. What I will assure you is that we retain and continue to hold a range of options for our civilian leaders. It would be inappropriate for me to opine on how it may go, but rest assured, we still hold many, many options.
Have you been surprised by the resistance of the Iranians?
Sir, as a warfighter, I always assume an enemy's going to resist. And the job of the joint force is to win at the time and place of our nation's choosing. So I always assume an enemy's going to fight, and I find that's the best pathway.
I think so too. And you communicated that to the president as you advised him before the decision was made?
Sir, as I've said respectfully before, I won't comment on my private conversations with the president in order to make sure that I maintain trust with him and with you and the American people and the joint force.
That's a principled response. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Chairman Moran.
Chairman, thank you. Secretary Hegseth, welcome. I just returned Friday from a visit to China. And one of the things that is seemingly clear to me is that Taiwan remains at the forefront of the Chinese efforts, next steps in what they want to accomplish. And we have commitments, I guess, to defend Taiwan. You can explain that to me as you choose. What I would like to highlight is while Taiwan is still at the forefront, at least in the minds of the Chinese, the United States is seeing the Russian invasion of Ukraine, in which we're yet to some degree still involved. We're having deterrence in the Indo-Pacific in regard to China. We're conducting operations in the Middle East. All of that has drawn strategic capabilities from the joint force. One of the things I think we can do to augment our joint force is strong allied relationships, partnerships with others. Given the current threat environment that we are in and the scale of the global demands upon the United States, can you speak to how the department views the role of allies and partners in sustaining our global posture? And does the defense budget recognize, reflect the needs to strengthen allied integration and maintain credible unified deterrence?
Senator, I appreciate the question, and I think foundational to it is a recognition that countries closest to the problem set should be most invested in ensuring that they can deter that adversary, which is why we want European capabilities to increase to deter Russian aggression. When you look at the Indo-Pacific, it's been a focus of our department since the day I showed up, whether it's ASEAN or Shangri-La or traveling to the region, going to South Korea, going to Japan, going to the Philippines, having them to our building to build out those relationships in a very real operational way. It's not about what we can sign. It's about what contingencies and dilemmas can we create for adversaries who may seek to expand their sphere of influence, whether it's militarily or economically or through pressure. And so I think while we've been involved in a lot of efforts around the world, through the president's leadership, we've reestablished deterrence. The world knows that America's word means something, from Maduro to the Houthis to Midnight Hammer to Epic Fury. When the president says you can't have a nuclear weapon, he means it. When the president says you're an indicted individual, he means it. Everybody sees that, including in the Indo-Pacific. And when you do that, plus build out your alliances, not based on talk, but based on capabilities, access, spacing, and overflight, training, interoperability in discrete ways, I think all the right people pay attention to that and see it. And that's been the focus in the Indo-Pacific for us for a while.
And the budget request reflects those that circumstance that you just described.
Very much so. I would say Admiral Paparo, his request, his line items, his input was front and center in the build of FY27 to ensure allies and partners are considered. Yes, sir.
Secretary Hegseth, let me change the topic. I worked closely with Senator Cruz to introduce and secure the unanimous Senate passage of the Rotor Act. That was an airplane that originated from Kansas that saw the death of 67 people near Reagan Airport. The department in December the 17th, released a statement in support of the Rotor Act. And yet when the House considered the Rotor Act, the department released an additional statement and claimed that enactment would create significant unresolved budgetary burdens and operational security risks affecting national defense activities. Can you explain what happened between the first statement and the second statement that caused there to be a different reaction? And I ask this because it's still very important to me that the Rotor Act or something very similar to the Rotor Act is enacted into law. And apparently for it to be passed,
it needs to be something that the Department of Defense is supportive of. So what is it that changed between the initial statement, the second statement, so that we can bring this legislative endeavor to fruition?
Well, I appreciate your attention to what occurred there. We've taken it seriously from the beginning. We recognize the need for the requisite oversight. It was an earnest change. The department didn't think that the changes that we had asked for were incorporated properly into the bill, and as a result, we came out and opposed it. But we look forward to an iteration of that bill to get passed because we think it's important that
So
it happen.
if I can paraphrase in my words so I understand what you're telling me, it isn't that something changed, it was that what you asked for didn't get enacted in the Rotor Act before it passed the Senate?
Correct. We think some changes that need to be made were not made to the bill, and as a result, we changed our position, but we look forward to supporting something in the future. Yes.
In my 15 seconds left, General Kane, could I ask you to visit with me momentarily after the hearing so that I can raise a topic with you and have you point me in the direction of where I can find an answer?
Of course, sir.
Thank you.
Jim Murray.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, the war in Iran has not only cost 13 American service member lives, it is also costing American taxpayers dearly. Tens of billions of dollars and counting, and that's money that could be helping people perhaps get health care. But instead, we're paying for bombs dropped in a war that American people overwhelmingly oppose. Now, earlier this morning, I know that your team testified Trump's war with Iran cost $29 billion so far. That is $29 billion blown on a war of choice, and that's what it would have cost actually to save the ACA tax credits. But as my colleagues have already stated, what is concerning as well is it seems quite clear that that cost estimate is suspiciously low. Now, your acting comptroller suggested that damage to U.S. facilities was not factored into that figure. It is clear that there has been extensive damage to American military assets. New reporting from the Washington Post and others indicates that Iran has hit at least 228 structures or pieces of equipment at U.S. military sites. Can you tell us what the cost of damage done to U.S. facilities is because of this war?
Well, I think Jay covered pretty clearly what we can or cannot share, but I would simply respond that, and I think it's an important point, considering what the president is undertaking, is what is the cost of Iran obtaining a nuclear weapon? And the fact that this president's been willing to make a historic and courageous choice to confront that, it comes with cost, and we recognize that.
I understand what your
honor
judgment
that,
is. We have a judgment as well, and I'm asking if you can tell us, and at what point you can tell us what the cost of damage done to U.S. facilities is because of this war.
Yeah, ma'am, thanks for the question. So for future posture, at least, we don't know what that's going to look like. We don't know how we're going to design these bases.
The damage to date, you do not have any cost estimate on it at all.
For the military construction, I don't have a cost estimate to provide you at this time.
Well, when will we get that?
Again, it depends on what the future posture is, how we decide to construct those bases.
To date, you know what has happened to date. We can't get that number, and that is a real concern to us. Our job is, and we're just told it's coming, and we don't get it. So it's very hard to do our budgets. And right now, Mr. Secretary, people are paying $4, $5, even $6, $7 for gas, and American taxpayers are now on the hook as well for paying for this disastrous war. You're spending families' hard-earned tax dollars on a war that many strongly oppose, and you're forcing people to pay more at the pump, and yet you're not even providing a real breakdown for the cost of this war so far. We have no real details, you have indicated that, and yet now you want Congress to send you $1.5 trillion more. To me, that is unacceptable, and I hope our Republican colleagues will join us in not only rejecting that absurd request, but in insisting that the American people get the actual answers on how much money, their money, we are spending on this. Now, let me turn and say, Secretary Hegseth, the president has called Medicaid, Medicare, and child care little scams and said, quote, "We're fighting wars, we cannot take care of daycare." I'm just trying to understand that. Is it your position, since you're asking taxpayers for another $500 billion for the war, that American families should be forced to give up child care and health coverage so that you can have $1.5 trillion for this budget?
Senator, that's not my department. I certainly support this, and I also support the president's efforts to find and remove fraud wherever possible in a
Well,
general sense.
I'm not talking
And we do
about
that in our
fraud.
department as well.
I'm
at
not,
every
I'm
step.
not talking about fraud. I actually asked whether an American family should lose their health care or their child care to pay for this budget. That is literally what the president suggested.
The president has proposed a historic $1.5 trillion budget that will defend the nation and confront threats like Iran, which previous presidents allowed to happen, as Senator Graham pointed out.
Well,
Previous administrations said they wanted to
Your
take care of this
opinion,
problem,
the question,
and they did
the
not, and
question in
he's
front of
doing
this
it.
committee, the question in front of the American people is, what are they being asked to give up for this $1.5 trillion? That's where I was talking about. And lastly, Mr. Secretary, your budget request cuts through Trump's ramblings and really, to me, makes the truth clear that you and the president don't value families as much as you value defense contractors. You want to increase the war budget.
I mean,
Let me
every
finish.
family at Dover. Okay, don't tell me
Let
we
me-
don't care about families.
Mr.
We sure do.
Mr.
And we
Secretary-
take care of them in every way we possibly can.
I'm asking you about taxpayer dollars that everybody has. When we've been to war before, we have asked people to do victory gardens. We've asked them to pay more. You are not doing that. You are asking for $1.5 trillion, which means something else has to be given up. That is what this committee is looking at. You want to increase the war budget for the next year by $500 billion. That is taxpayer money that could be used to feed families or build new affordable homes or wipe out some diseases completely or increase child investments 20 times over. But you are asking us to blow it all on war, and that's not even counting the money that you have spent bombing Iran or that you may still request in a separate supplemental. And to me, this budget wasn't even strategically crafted. $1.5 trillion is like the president decided that was the number and you all filled in the blanks. So what I'm here today to say is you asked for a massive laundry list of unnecessary spending. It's a huge payday for defense contractors, and you still don't even ask to give DoD civilian workers a pay raise. And to me, this is absurd. I know you do not care what I have to say. So let me quote you someone you might actually listen to. President Eisenhower. He said, "Every gun that is made, every warship launched, every rocket fired signifies in the final sense a theft from those who hunger and are not fed, those who are cold and not clothed. This world in arms is not spending money alone. It is spending the sweat of its laborers, the genius of its scientists, the hopes of its children." That is what this budget proposal is asking. It's going to leave Americans cold and hungry to fund Trump's war and make defense contractors a fortune. So that is why I hope this committee throws that in the trash and comes together with a budget that works for all American families. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Hoeven.
First, I want to thank you, gentlemen, and all of our men and women in uniform for the incredible defense of our nation, what we're seeing really around the globe, and certainly in the Gulf right now. The professionalism, the capability of our men and women in uniform is frankly beyond belief. It's just amazing. And we need to say thank you to those men and women and their families every single day. It's really something. My first question is, Mr. Secretary in General, is there a way to secure the Strait of Hormuz before we fully resolve with the conflict with Iran?
Well, thank you for your statement up front about the troops, and we certainly feel the same way. They're the best of America and deserve the best from all of us. As it pertains to, I actually didn't get a chance to reply to Senator Durbin, who said that Iran was attacked by us. I would take issue with that. For 47 years, we've been attacked by Iran, and they've
Right
been
on.
lying to pursue a nuclear weapon, and President Trump had the courage to do something about it. I don't think enough has been stated about the blockade and the power of the blockade and the dilemma that our blockade creates for them. They can't move anything out of Iranian ports, and over, I think it's 65 ships at this point have been turned around or disabled. The economic pressure that creates on them greatly outstrips the pressure on us, and we don't use the Strait of Hormuz anywhere near as much as the rest of the world does, or certainly they do. And I think it creates a lot of dynamics for future energy dominance for the United States of America, considering the increased capability that our country has, not to mention opportunities in Venezuela. So we have a range of options, as the chairman and I have discussed extensively mostly privately, but some in public, to ensure that transit were to continue, should the president or others want us to go in that direction. But ultimately, we control the strait because nothing's going in that we don't allow to go in. And trust me, when we look at what Iran's thinking about that, they know they can't break it, and it's very concerning for them.
Iran only responds to strength and force. And that's specifically why I asked the question, in that their evil regime, can make their people suffer and hang in there. But if we can keep the pressure on with the naval blockade and navigate the Strait of Hormuz, we can keep the stranglehold on this evil regime and force the type of solution that we need and the kind of verification we need to enforce it. And that's, again, why I asked this question, and maybe both you gentlemen could respond to that. I'm not saying that is what the outcome will be, or, ultimately it's up to President Trump. But what I'm saying, is it possible to keep that stranglehold on with the blockade, even though, the tyrants, the IRGC won't give up right away, and secure the Strait of Hormuz while we continue to put that pressure on them for a result that can work for this country and the world and that's enforceable? And I'd like you to give me some more color on that, both you gentlemen.
Sure, I'll take a moment here and talk about pressure. And what you're really alluding to is what the entirety of the interagency is working on, with a hat tip toward Secretary Bessent, Secretary Rubio, and the rest of the interagency. The totality of total pressure, which the military element is just one component on, is what the regime in Iran is feeling right now. And I think there's no shortage of ability to hold that pressure. The decision on for how long to hold that pressure is, of course, a political one and within our civilian leadership. But I would highlight that they are absolutely feeling that pressure, not just from the blockade, as the Secretary talked about, but the continuation of sanctions that Treasury and others have put on there. And we retain a range of military options.
Well, I 100% agree with you, but their ability, the regime's ability to endure pain is significant because they just put it on their people. My point is keeping that pressure on them, but at the same time securing passage in a way where commercial traffic will start moving. That relieves pressure on us and our allies. And that's what I'm asking for more color on, how you effectuate that.
Senator, there are options for that should we go in that direction. There's a multitude of different directions should the president seek to go that way that we're prepared to operate on. Evidenced by the destroyers that went in and came back out.
Exactly.
To the great detriment of the limited ability of Iran to defend. I mean, remember, the entirety of Iran's conventional navy is at the bottom of the
As with
Persian
everything you do, you start out at a really high level and then you just get better. And I'm seeing that with this blockade right now, with the way you disabled those last two tankers. I mean, you're getting better at blockading. And again, that's why I'm looking for continued options to secure traffic in the Strait while we continue to put pressure on Iran. Okay. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Chairman. Secretary General, thank you for being here. Secretary, I want you to provide some reassurance for my constituents. In 2019, the DIA published that Iran, quote, had swarms of small boats, large inventory of naval mines, and arsenal of anti-ship missiles that can severely disrupt maritime traffic in the Strait of Hormuz. In 2025, after Operation Midnight Hammer, a Brookings expert said, quote, "It is wrong to conclude Iran is now a defeated nation and will act accordingly. Iran's demonstrated destructive missile capabilities have penetrated nearly every part of Israel. Iran's arsenal could endanger American forces in the Gulf." And Senator Collins asked General Kane about the extent to which you were briefed and the president was briefed about the very likely outcome of this kinetic engagement. And there are some data points that seem to indicate that we did not see all of this coming, or that we didn't account for it. We may have been briefed on it, but we didn't account for it. Parts of the THAAD and Patriot systems in South Korea were moved to the Middle East. This is after the war. After the war, munitions were moved from around the world to defend U.S. sites in the region. There was a rush to evacuate United States personnel. and Iran struck more than 200 structures and equipment at 16 U.S. sites. So Secretary, can you just reassure us that this was all foreseen and part of the plan, or can you tell us whether there were any surprises here?
Well, thank you for the question, Senator. I can reassure you that it was all accounted for. Every aspect of this was poured over by the Joint Staff, by civilian leadership, and represented in pursuit of a very clear goal. And the chairman laid out correctly what the metrics militarily were from the beginning, whether it's ballistic missiles, Iran's Navy. You know, you can't contest a blockade if you don't have a conventional Navy, destroying the defense industrial base. But it was all in service of ensuring Iran never has a nuclear weapon.
So as a
And
for, just
if
as
you
a for
have,
example,
I mean, that was, so I want you to know, it was all seen through the lens of preventing Iran from having.
yeah,
the
I
ability to
understand that's
threaten
the
region
underlying
or us.
objective, and I do not dispute the military success. I don't think there's any doubt that when the most powerful, most well-funded, most technologically advanced, most disciplined, most trained military in human history sets out to do something, they almost always accomplish it. And so that's not what I'm talking about. I'm just wondering why we're moving THAAD assets from South Korea after the war started. I'm just wondering why there was a scramble to evacuate personnel. And I'm wondering why the President of the United States, our Commander-in-Chief, said that he was shocked that Iran would retaliate by striking other countries in the region. This was not just foreseeable, it was foreseen. It was, you know, this is, you don't need to get into a skiff to understand that their likely play was to asymmetrically retaliate and then to close the strait. And then it happened, and the president said, gosh, who could have seen this coming? I'm just trying to figure out, for those of us on the left and the right who are wary of regime change wars, who are wary of happy talk, who have learned through terrible experience the cost of this kind of adventurism. Why is this any different, and why didn't we see this coming?
I appreciate your lauding of the force up front, and earnestly, that it's the greatest fighting force on planet Earth. But that was the same fighting force that surrendered to Iranian fast boats under the Biden administration. We all remember the pictures. Remember the Americans with their hands above their head at gunpoint to the Iranians? It's because they didn't have leadership like President Trump, who empowered them to do what was necessary. The Biden administration allowed them to pursue nuclear ambitions, didn't do anything about it. President Trump stepped in. We factored all the risk and ranges of options, put in maximum defensive capability for our troops as we could in real time. Empowering the CENTCOM commander with everything he needed to ensure this mission could be as successful as possible, knowing there are branches and sequels of every operation that have to be accounted for.
I'm going to
factor the Navy. You might wonder, why would you sink the Navy if you're trying to prevent a nuclear Iran? There's reasons for that, because you're planning for contingencies in other ways that this could go as well.
Secretary, I'm trying to stay on time here. I hear what you're saying. I just don't hear an answer to the question of why we had to take certain actions that could have been taken before the kinetic engagement and would have kept our assets and our personnel more safe and would have looked and actually been more planful, more thoughtful, more well executed. Why are we doing all of this stuff as if it's a scramble if all of this stuff was foreseen?
I think I'm quite confident, along with the CENTCOM commanders, that we took every action possible to ensure that we were prepared for this conflict.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, gentlemen, thank you. I wanted to start off my questions with a focus on the reconciliation package. I know that it has not yet been introduced, but we're told $350 billion. Here's my concern, and I'm just going to be really direct. We've got a second reconciliation that we're going to be dealing with in these next few weeks regarding immigration enforcement. And we're halfway through a calendar year. A third reconciliation may or may not happen. I'm just being direct and upfront. I think certainly the focus will be to try to move us to that. But here's my concern. If we have a $350 billion sitting in the reconciliation package, you look at what is contained in that. 53 of your 85 requested F-35s. So I look at that and say, wow, if the reconciliation bill fails or doesn't advance, you drop below your own FY26 fighter procurement baseline. Over $53 billion for drone dominance. I think this is all something we support. Over $113 billion for munitions production and industrial base investment. There's other areas. So here's my question. I worry about us banking on a third reconciliation package. I know we don't want to engage in the speculative here, particularly if it's a negative, but I'm worried about the committee accepting a defense budget where effectively a quarter of it, including some of the bread and butter procurement requirements, depends on a third reconciliation package that may be an uphill climb. And so I don't know, Mr. Secretary, if you can kind of walk me through why I shouldn't be worried about this, why what is included in the base budget bill will be the good coverage that we need, and it is not necessarily dependent on an additive of the reconciliation.
Senator, I appreciate that perspective and share your concern. That's why one of the main efforts, setting aside operations and everything we do in real time for the troops, is ensuring that both the base discretionary budget and reconciliation are passed so that President Trump's historic budget is realized. Because of the underinvestment of the past, whether it's continuing resolutions or Biden budgets, we need to supercharge our defense industrial base, our munitions into the future. And so our entirety of our team and our department is running in the same direction to ensure that reconciliation as swiftly and as clearly and cooperatively as possible is passed alongside the base discretionary budget.
Well, I understand that, but I just need you to understand our concern here, that you've got your base budget and then you have the reconciliation. I want to ask about the Iran authorization. No great secret around here. I have been talking about an authorization of use of military force. I understand that the administration has made clear that you believe that the actions taken thus far fall under the president's Article 2 authority. I think reasonable people have disagreed about the boundaries of presidential war powers for a long time. But the war powers resolution is pretty clear here. It requires the president to terminate hostilities within 60 days, absent congressional authorization. I think it's important that we in Congress actually assert our own role and responsibility to this. That 60-day clock expired April 28th. And then on the 1st, the administration sent letters to congressional leaders asserting that the hostilities has ended. But I think where there is confusion is when the president says hostilities have ended, we still have 15,000 troops that are forward deployed, more than 20 warships in an active naval blockade. CENTCOM has redirected 61 commercial vessels, disabled tankers. In other words, it doesn't appear that hostilities have ended. And so the question to you is whether or not the administration has considered or had intended to seek an authorization of use of military force from the Congress.
Senator, our view is that should the president make the decision to recommence, that we would have all the authorities necessary to do so.
Do you think that it would be helpful to the president if it was made clear that in fact the Congress did provide an AUMF?
I think the president, our view is that he has all the authorities he needs under Article 2 to execute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, here's where we are. The vote is about over. The secretary has to get with the president on the China trip. I'm going to ask Senator Murkowski to wrap up. And thank you all for being here.
Baldwin, Shaheen, and Kennedy. Baldwin, Shaheen, and Kennedy still have questions. Wrap up after.
Hold here. Yeah, obviously, there's not a whole lot of time for a second round, so we'll get through everybody. And Senator Mikowski, I appreciate your taking over.
Senator Baldwin.
Thank you. Secretary Hegseth, Chairman Kane, thank you for being here today. Today is the first time either of you are appearing before this subcommittee since the abrupt choice was made to cancel the acquisition of the Constellation-class frigate, which was being built in Wisconsin. These ships were meant to provide vital capability to the Navy in the event of a future war against China. And they were certainly part of our calculus of deterrence through strength. Canceling this program placed thousands of jobs in Wisconsin at risk and left our fleet less prepared. You know, President Trump has talked a lot about making ships in America again. But I have to tell you, dramatic and misguided decisions like this pull the rug out from under our shipyards. The U.S. shipbuilding industry needs stability if we are ever going to compete with Chinese shipyards. Wisconsin workers who have decades of experience building world-class vessels that defend our nation, that serve commerce and provide transportation, they need stability as well. So I'd like to start with a question to you, Chairman Kane, on the medium landing ships. The Navy's new amphibious ships, which will now be built at the same Wisconsin shipyards working on we're working on the Constellation class less than a year ago. How important are medium landing ships to future U.S. operations in the event of a war with China?
Well, Senator, thanks for the question. And I do want to highlight, no matter what the policy decisions are, the great workers up there and in your state. And as the Joint Force considers the options that the medium landing ship would bring to the table in terms of assuring a mobility gap in filling that gap and allowing us to project power at the Secretary and the President's choice in choosing, while not stepping into the Navy's boundaries and mindful that the CNO and SECNAV and acting SECNAV in this case will have views. I hope we'll carefully consider this capability and then, if appropriate, bring it forward to the Joint Force.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, the department included the request for funding the construction of 6 medium landing ships in that partisan part of the budget request, the reconciliation, which is in danger of potentially not even passing this year. To be frank, it does not give me confidence that we are taking this program seriously. What would the impact be if Congress did not appropriate funding for the medium landing ships in fiscal year 27? And are you comfortable with the pace that the Navy is planning on building them, Chairman Kane?
Well, I'll acknowledge that I think it was yesterday or the day before that they released their shipbuilding plan. And given all the things that I'm juggling in this job that I'm so lucky to have, I've not gone and done a deep dive. So I'd like to come back to you.
Please do.
If you're okay with it on that matter, so that I don't wing it.
Yeah, thank you. I want to now turn to the war with Iran. Yesterday, I had a chance to meet with service members who were injured in the opening days of the war. They struggled to receive adequate and timely care for their injuries in the Middle East, and the fighting kept them from being quickly evacuated to Landstuhl after being injured. These service members have since been diagnosed with traumatic brain injury, but initially struggled to get properly evaluated or treated, in part because some of our military hospitals overseas and in the U.S. did not have the capacity for them. They had to wait for more than 3 weeks to receive the treatment they needed. And it seems clear to me that our military medical system was not prepared to treat those injured in this war. Secretary Hegseth, did DOD review our military health system's readiness to treat those injured in a war with Iran? And did that impact your recommendation to begin Operation Epic Fury?
Well, the view of the department was always to, as expeditiously as possible, move anyone injured that needed further care to Europe for that care, with the recognition that thankfully, 90% of those that have been injured in Epic Fury have returned to duty. So most of those injuries have been minor enough that they return, but we always catalog if there could be future complications to ensure that they get care in the future.
It seemed to me, from what I heard, that we weren't prepared in theater, we weren't prepared in Germany, and we weren't prepared immediately upon these soldiers' return to the U.S. Can you commit to ensuring that every service member, including my constituents, will receive necessary medical care after being injured in this war, and that the military health system is now prepared for any future casualties in this war?
We have been, and we will continue to be.
Senator Shaheen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you both for being here, all three of you for being here. Since your testimony 2 weeks ago, Secretary Hegseth, before the Armed Services Committee, the department has sent over your legal review, which I appreciate, thank you, for use of security assistance funding for Ukraine. However, as was determined earlier in the testimony, funding still has not gone out the door. And I didn't hear you give a date when this committee or the Armed Services Committee can expect to hear or receive a spend plan for those dollars. General Kane, the day of the testimony, got back to us as he said he would and explained that he had coordinated on the spend plan on April 13th. So that's been almost a month. And we still haven't gotten anything. So when are we going to see the spend plan for Ukraine?
The spend plan for the European capacity building is in conjunction with EUCOM.
I'm asking for the spend plan that we are providing. Are you suggesting the Pearl funding is part of that spend plan? Did I understand?
The specific line item
you?
was European capacity building in the budget.
I understand.
And
But
as a
the
result,
intent
we're
of
working with
Congress
EUCOM to allocate it.
was to spend that $400 million. I think you heard from Chairman McConnell, you heard from Senator Coons. There was discussion at the time with the Congress that those dollars were intended to be used for Ukraine. And the reason it was designated as it was because what we heard from Speaker Johnson was that the president was going to veto the bill if Ukraine was mentioned in it anywhere in the bill. And so that's why the determination was to use the term European, but the clear intent was for that money to be spent for Ukraine. So again, when is the money going to go out the door? When is this committee going to get the spend plan?
Ma'am, we're expecting to see a final spend plan for that this week, and once we have it, we can provide it to Congress.
And who still has to review the spend plan? So General Kane's review isn't enough?
Well, ultimately, and he passed me a note on this earlier, European Command is going to take the lead on ensuring this gets
I know, but
deployed the
General
most effectively. So that's where
Brinkovich, as I pointed out 2 weeks ago, had already reviewed the spend plan. So we're not waiting for him to do that, as I understand.
No, ma'am, I believe we are. I think EUCOM is trying to make a few tweaks to the spend plan.
Okay, so when do we think we will get it?
I believe we'll have it to you this week.
Okay. And when do we expect money to go out the door once that spend plan is available?
I don't know what they're putting in the spend plan, so I can't tell you what the schedule will be for contracting. That will matter. What they choose to buy with that money will determine how fast it goes out the door.
Okay, if this committee doesn't come back to you, I can guarantee you the Armed Services Committee is going to come back to you and get an answer to that question. Secretary Hegseth, a number of members of Congress have expressed our concern that Iran is receiving intelligence support from Russia to target our service members, even as we loosen sanctions on the Kremlin. Russia is making $4 billion from oil sanctions relief because we've loosened those sanctions. As has been testified to, an Iranian jihad drone costs about $35,000. That's enough money for hundreds of thousands of drones supporting Russia's war in Ukraine and billions for Iran to reconstitute its industrial base. So if one of the goals that's been outlined by the president as part of this war is to destroy Iran's defense industrial base, don't you think we ought to be putting more pressure on Russia and putting those sanctions back on those Russian oil ships so that they are not continuing to fund Iran in this war?
Senator, we know Russia is a nefarious actor on a lot of levels and account for that, but I would say the destruction of Iran's defense industrial base has been highly
All
effective
evidence
in
to the
this effort.
contrary. We're not accounting for that if we're giving Russia the opportunity to earn $4 billion a month, $20 billion by the end of the year if we leave those sanctions lifted for that time, during which they can continue to fund Iran.
The destruction of defense
continue
of
to
Iran's
provide
defense
oil
industrial
to
base
China.
has been clear and overwhelming. The destruction of Iran's defense industrial base has been clear and overwhelming.
Well, it's certainly not clear to me as a member of the committee, because what we see is Iran still producing drones. They're still engaged in this conflict. We have not won this war.
There's a difference
despite
between
the rhetoric.
pulling a drone out of a cave that's been collapsed and producing more drones. That's a different thing.
Well, maybe so. But if Iran still has almost 50% of their missile capacity and the ability to pull drones out of caves and still injure our allies and U.S. service members, then we have not won the war.
We are told that Senator Kennedy should be here in mere minutes. And so, Senator Coons, if you want to
Thank
ask
you,
a couple of questions until he arrives.
Thank you, Senator Murkowski. Mr. Secretary, I'm just going to follow up on the questions I asked in my first round and the questions that had been asked by members of both parties. In my assessment, there was no imminent threat to the United States that justified the president using his Article 2 powers, and there was insufficient preparation to make sure that we had the right troops, the right capability deployed. There used to be a consensus in national security that America should only go to war when there's an imminent threat to our national security, when all other options have been exhausted, and when we have clear objectives and a plan for how it ends. As General Kane testified, the military was given 3 clear goals: sink the Navy, attack and destroy the ballistic missile launchers, and degrade their defense industrial base, and you've accomplished those. But President Trump celebrated regime change after saying that regime change was the real goal. And our NATO allies have delivered. They have allowed overflight. They have allowed projection of force despite not being consulted. You said just a few moments ago, Mr. Secretary, we control the strait. But it's clear that reopening the Strait of Hormuz for commercial traffic eludes us, in no small part because Iran retains a robust stockpile of cheap, lethal Shahed drones, and they are getting help from our adversaries in rebuilding them. What is your plan for reopening the Strait of Hormuz, Mr. Secretary?
I would just note that the majority of your question was highly disingenuous and loaded with suggestions that I very much don't agree with. From the beginning,
please feel free, sir, to pick any one of those
From the
things.
beginning, we've been very clear about the military objectives and
Yes.
the underlying strategic objective, which is preventing Iran from getting a nuclear weapon.
Yes.
Take, for example, the fact that Iranians' conventional Navy, they had aircraft carriers with Shahed drones on them before this started. They had full-on destroyers and battleship capabilities, none of which they have anymore. And
Did the
their inability
Iranian
to-
Navy have aircraft carriers?
Iranian Navy had 3 drone aircraft carriers. The
Okay.
Iranian Navy
They
had
had
11
launch
submarines.
platforms for drones, sure.
They had 11 submarines.
And you've
They had
sunk
a
all of the
terror
regular Navy. Great, good.
They retain fast boat capabilities, which they've always had. We understand that, which we can control for and will. We've degraded almost completely their defense industrial base capabilities. The idea that they control anything, you can terrorize something, you can hold it at issue with piracy, as I've talked about at the Pentagon podium time and time again.
Correct.
That doesn't mean you control it. We control what goes in and out, and we control whether or not we have to restart conflict. The president does as well.
Mr.
So
Secretary.
we're the ones that will manage where this goes in the future, and they have very limited ability to set the tempo or respond to it. And that gives the president a lot of options to ensure that Iran never gets a nuclear weapon.
The connection between their ability to close the Strait of Hormuz using fast boats and Shahed drones and our strategic goal, shared broadly, to prevent them from ever having a usable nuclear weapon is utterly unclear to me. And my question was, what's the plan for reopening the Strait of Hormuz to commercial traffic, given
shared broadly, but
skyrocketing
never
prices?
executed. Shared broadly, but never executed because previous administration didn't have the willingness to actually do what it would take. And when Iran was at its weakest moments following the 12-day war, but still wanted the pursuit of a nuclear capability, President Trump made the courageous decision to go at their conventional umbrella and shield, which they were using to protect their nuclear program, which we knew came with threats and branches and sequels.
My
which we've
concern,
accounted
Mr.
for.
Secretary, is that you've achieved a series of tactical successes, but are on the verge of a strategic loss because we are now negotiating.
I just think it's so
a
foolish.
demand.
Here we are in a committee in the United States Senate, 74 days in, and you're talking about strategic loss. We have the ability to
74
defeat a
days
47-year threat of a pursuit of a nuclear weapon. We have more leverage than we've ever had. We've had incredible battlefield successes, and you're talking about a strategic loss?
Mr.
Cloaked in
Secretary.
disingenuous questions.
Mr. Secretary.
This is how you
Mr.
undercut
Secretary.
efforts that could otherwise and are otherwise
I am
being
not
very
your
effective.
enemy, sir. I am not your adversary. I share your goal of preventing Iran from ever having a usable nuclear weapon. To finish my sentence, control of the Strait of Hormuz, the ability to degrade our partners and allies' gas and oil production capabilities through cheap drones, the ability to harass and harry commercial shipping remains in Iran's hands. And their demands are that we recognize sovereignty for them over the Strait of Hormuz, which I believe our president's rejected, you've rejected, I reject. But my question remains, how do we reopen the Strait of Hormuz to commercial shipping? If we control it, how do we reopen it? And your average American is seeing this at the gas pump every single day as the cost of gas continues to rise.
Senator Coons, I know that your question has not yet been responded to.
And it deserves an answer.
It does
But I
deserve
also
an
understand I'm
answer.
delaying my colleagues. But
But-
that's the question that deserves an answer, Mr. Secretary.
We do have Senator Kennedy, followed by Senator Murphy, and I know that Secretary has a time departure.
Thank you for your indulgence,
thank you.
Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Secretary, welcome. Can we agree that if you took President Xi Jinping and turned him upside down and shook him, that the African country of Mauritius would fall out of his pocket?
I don't know if we can, but I'd like to indulge you on that.
Well, let me try it another way. Mauritius is good friends with China, is it not?
I understand there's some level of a relationship there.
Yeah. Yeah, like they're BFFs or whatever the young people call it. Prime Minister Starmer wants to give Diego Garcia and the Chagos Islands to Mauritius, which has virtually no connection with Chagos Islands, who will promptly give a spare key to Diego Garcia to China. Is that accurate?
What I would underscore is that Diego Garcia is a very strategic location, and having the ability to operate there for the United States military is going to be critically
But
important in the future.
Starmer wants to give it away, does he not?
As President Trump has stated, there's been some pretty bad deals made by the Brits as it pertains to Diego Garcia.
I'd like to
yes.
hear you. I mean, the president's been back and forth on this, and I've talked to him a lot. He is not going to agree to that, is he?
No, as the president has stated, it was a bad deal that was cut by the UK and Prime Minister Starmer as it pertains to Diego Garcia, as evidenced by limitations that our troops could face in how we use that island. Yes.
All right. I appreciate that. My understanding is that the classified information and unclassified, it's public, showed that our intelligence discovered that not that long ago, Iran had developed the supreme leader, now dead is fried chicken, but they have a new supreme leader, had developed a new game plan for their nuclear weapons program. And their game plan was to jack up both ballistic and cruise missile production and drone production, and put together this huge stockpile of missiles and drones. at which point they would turn to the United States and Israel and the rest of the world and say, we're going to restart our nuclear weapons program. If you bomb us again, like you did in June, we will destroy the Middle East. And by the way, our missiles can now reach Berlin and London and Paris. Is that my understanding of one of the reasons, the main reason we went into Iran?
I think that's pretty well articulated, Senator, that they were trying to use the umbrella of their established conventional stockpiles to blackmail the rest of the world in pursuit of their own nuclear weapons.
Now let's
Yes.
talk about Iran today. Can we agree that Iran, both the public and the private sector, is being held together right now with spit and duct tape?
Spit and duct tape is not a doctrinal term, Senator, but I would agree with something along those
It's a
lines.
Louisiana term. I mean, 7 out of 10 Iranians are out of work. We bomb their infrastructure. They've got 70% inflation. Their internet's shut off. You know better than I do what we've done on the military side. Their launchers, gone. Their missiles, for the most part, gone. Their drones, gone. Do they have some left? Yeah. Their Navy, gone. Their Air Force, gone. You can get in an airplane, you personally, and fly anywhere you want to across Iran right now and feel safe because they don't have any air defenses. It will be, in my opinion, 20 years and cost $1 trillion before they're even back somewhat to normal. And I don't have the slightest idea where they're going to get the money. If they think China's going to give it to them or Russia, they got to learn a hard lesson. To that extent, have we achieved our objective in Iran?
Objective, as this president has stated from the beginning, is to ensure they don't get a nuclear weapon, and President Trump remains dedicated to ensuring that happens. And everything you described with the military degradation of their country was in service of ensuring they never get a nuclear weapon.
This is what I never understood the president to say, I want a regime change in Iran, and I want to obtain all of their fissile material. I've never heard him say that. What I heard him say was, I don't want to go back through it, but our goal is to cripple them so they can't blackmail the rest of the world. Now, many of my Democratic friends are trying to say we have lost. Here's a footnote. You're not going to get Democratic support. They're not going to support you, Mr. Secretary, because they don't support President Trump. I know that's not a newsflash. But they say we've lost. I don't get it. I don't understand how we've lost. Is the strait closed? Yes. But if we continue that blockade where nothing's going in and nothing's going out, eventually they're going to have to shut down their oil fields, are they not? Half of their oil fields are low pressure. Once they put them down, they're not going to get them back up. Am I missing something here?
No, that's why the president is right when he says we hold all the cards, and we do. And we've got the best deal maker in the world able to make the best deal for the United States of America. And if we have to go back at it as the Department of War, we're ready to do that as well.
Well, keep two things in mind. You're not going to win over my Democratic friends. It's not worth getting your blood pressure up. Focus on other things. And number two, just keep this in mind. America first does not have to mean America alone. America first does not have to mean America alone. We need all the friends we can get. They need to carry their own weight. They need to pay their bills. But the more the better. I'm sorry I went way over, but I sure do appreciate
Senator
it.
Kennedy. Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you all for being here. Let me give you a chance, Mr. Secretary, to answer Senator Coons' question, which is a really simple one. How are we going to get the strait open? Because nothing matters more to our constituents than doing something about these spiraling gas prices, which are bankrupting families and farmers all across the country. And maybe let me ask it this way. This is the first time you've come before this committee, but in other briefings, people that work for you have told us in plain terms that there is no military mechanism to reopen the strait, that ultimately it will be a political decision made by Iran. And I think you're confirming that here today by suggesting that it will be economic pressure that will create a political imperative inside Tehran to open the strait. So can you just confirm for the committee that there is not a military mechanism or means to reopen the strait, that ultimately we have to essentially use diplomacy, economic diplomacy in this case, in order to convince Iran to make the decision to reopen the strait?
I would say, Senator, there most certainly are military means by which we could open the strait, both on targets on land and also with what we do with our naval capabilities, not to mention our naval blockade.
Why haven't
demonstrated
you
by
done, if that's true, and that's not what has been testified to us in private briefings, why haven't you done that already?
Ultimately, a preferred long-term approach would be a deal where they open it up, where they stop being pirates of international waters and allow countries from all nations to flow. These aren't U.S. ships that are being blockaded there. These are ships from all around the world, creating much more pressure for other countries than ours. So the bad guy here is Iran, who's closing the strait through piracy effectively, because they really only have fast boat capabilities. And we're blockading them. None of their stuff's getting out. They're feeling all the pressure.
Okay, so here's my follow-up question. You don't worry that through a study of history, you might come to the conclusion that you are overestimating their willingness to cave based upon economic pressure. The Russians believed years ago that Ukraine would cave because of the economic pressure they were putting on Ukraine. We thought the North Vietnamese would cave because of the economic pressure we were putting on them. Your own intelligence estimates, as has been reported, suggest that in fact, the Iranians are in a position to hold out for potentially years. This is a high-risk strategy to hope that this economic pressure will eventually cause them to voluntarily reopen the strait, when there's plenty of evidence from military history to show that countries that are being attacked or invaded or occupied are actually willing to put up with a whole lot of economic misery in order to preserve national pride.
Well aware. We understand all of those historical case studies, and it's not just economic pressure. There's military pressure, diplomatic pressure. We certainly have a lot more military pressure we can bring to bear if the president were to choose to do so. I think there are a lot of different dynamics cards that the president can play, holding all of them to ensure even greater economic pressure or even greater military pressure in Iran. And they know that. And that's why the negotiations are serious and ongoing right now about giving up their nuclear capability, because they understand.
And the problem is time is not on our side here. I believe you are being way too optimistic in your assessment of their potential to cave. But if this goes on for another 30 days, there are going to be thousands more farms that will go bankrupt. There are going to be families that are going to be ruined. And so time is not on our side. And I just don't believe that Iran is ready to capitulate yet. And if they capitulate in a year, there's going to be a whole lot of families and businesses that are ruined in the United States. General Kane, let me finally ask you a question about what seems to be a difference of opinion between the intelligence services that you rely on and the public statements of the President of the United States with respect to our war objectives. The Secretary and others in the President's cabinet have said very clearly that our war objective is to destroy Iran's missile and drone program. The president said just a week ago that Iran maybe had 18 to 19% of their missile capacity left. But there is public reporting suggesting that our intelligence agencies say that Iran still has 70% of their missile and drone capability, which would be a failure of our objectives if that were to be true. What can you tell us about the number of missiles and drones that they have left, and do you dispute that intelligence estimate?
Sir, I'm not going to comment, with deep respect for the question, I'm not going to comment in this forum on what may or may not have been opined on by the IC, which would suggest a leak or a confirmation of any intel. So while I appreciate the question, I hope you'll also appreciate my not answering it.
Well, then just give me the president said that 80% of.
Yeah, I'm not going to comment on BDA on either way, sir.
Well, then how do we or the American public assess the success of the mission when you've stated publicly The purpose of the mission is to
Yes, sir.
destroy their missile and drone capability. How do we assess whether we should continue funding this if you can't state
Well, I'm
to
not
us
going to
what the
answer
assessments are?
what you guys in the Congress considers the decision criteria around continued funding or not. What I know is that I've not read the report that you're talking about. All of our battle damage assessment matters are classified, and it would be inappropriate for me to comment in this forum on that. And I appreciate the question, but I'm not going to answer it.
Let me just put it to Secretary Hegseth. The president said that 80% of their missile capacity had been destroyed. This public report says it's only 30%. Can you give us an answer as to what the real number is?
I mean, I would answer the same way as the chairman.
Not talking to this committee about the damage assessment.
Not validating leaked information that could be wrong or not wrong. Why would I validate what
Well, no, just tell us
people
what the
may
number
leak or
is.
not leak?
You're-
This
you-
is not a classified
well, you
setting.
said
We don't
you're-
talk about those things. And we
Senator
like to talk
Murphy.
about them on TV. We don't talk about them here.
I would perhaps suggest that, that some of these questions and responses are perhaps best in a classified setting. But I also acknowledge that we are not in a classified setting. We have held the secretary and the chairman longer than I think they had anticipated. Senators have 1 week to submit additional questions for the subcommittee's official hearing record. We request for a response from our witnesses within 30 days of receiving these questions. The subcommittee stands in recess, subject to the call of the chair, and I would ask those in the audience to remain in their seats until Secretary and General Kane depart. And safe travels to you to China. Good luck.